Hey Trent, mate, what's going on? Just gonna work our way out into the Western Downs. There's a few severe cells out there at the moment, so we'll see how we get on as the afternoon pans out. Yeah, mate, that's if they make it to the coast today. There's not an awful lot of steering winds over southeast Queensland, but northeast New South Wales definitely has a chance today, that's for sure. Thank you, everyone, just joining us through now. Just working our way up towards Miles. We've got some severe cells out that way. We've also got some severe cells off to our left here, uh, over the Darling Downs at the moment. The main threat for today is going to be heavy rainfall that is very likely to produce some flash flooding, especially out in this flat country out here. We will be chasing these storms and live streaming well into the evening, provided the internet works well. We have just invested quite a bit of money on getting some things sorted out so we can bring you some better live coverage. And if this fails, well, we're going to have to wait until Starlink arrives. But this is what we got for now, and we hope that all works out. There is a nice looking cell to the south of us at the moment, which would be to our left, over Cecil Plains in that general area, dropping some large hail, radar indicated at the moment. But we're going to keep pushing it out into the Western Downs as we think potential for some more photogenic storms, some nicer storms will be out these ways. So hey Don, mate, how you going? What we'll probably do is we'll stop and get a nice view to our south. Just, yeah, Cooper, mate, there is definitely some hail around the Cecil Plains area, and no doubt some more hail to be intercepted further on as we get closer towards Miles. slow it down here. We're going to turn so, up here, that's the house, which is just a little bit further up. And we'll just stop in here for a minute, just giving a view to the south. And we're just going to pull over on the left up here and give you guys a look to the south. They don't look too nasty. They're very high base, but they're definitely producing some large stones on the radar. Scarlett, welcome in.
Copy that.
Joining us.
There we go.
We're just turning up to the left here. How are we going to set this one up?
Let's also get Don in here.
Hey.
Hello, Don. Welcome.
Hello. Let me turn my volume down a little bit. All right. How's that?
Hold on. Who's messing with the camera views?
It's me.
Let's see, Don. Are you trying to figure out the right one?
I'm trying to put it onto me in full screen because I've got a nice view of these cells looking toward the south at the moment.
Okay, hold on. I should be able to click on you and make you bigger. There you go.
Left up here.
Hopefully the signal will want to play nice with us today. We're trying out some new equipment. I don't know if Ben told you guys, but we're trying out some new equipment, seeing what works over there.
Yeah, I did say at the start of this live stream, I did say that we've invested a bit of money in getting hopefully some more stable internet. So we hope things work out and we'll be able to sort of have a good stream without too many interruptions out here on the Darling Downs, Western Downs this afternoon. But But yeah, if all that fails, well then Starlink it is.
Well, there's a few other things you can do too first. You can make sure that you have the proper booster first before you invest in Starlink. And I'll make sure that I'll tell you. I know,
we've just installed a 7 dB 4G, 5G antenna and a range of other things. So
do you have an inverter in there? Is that running off of like the cigarette plug, or is that running off like an inverter plug?
That's not powered at all. So that's just
you're going to need a powered one, is why I say that yes, the antenna is great, but unless it has that power, it can't pick up, it can't amplify the signal. So what I'm talking about is like a signal amplifier. This will be great so that you have signal, but when you add that signal amplifier on top of it, it's going to boost what little bit of signal you do have.
Yeah, copy that.
So you might not have to go to Starlink quite yet because it is a big investment. So I'm pretty sure that with what you've got and then just getting the amplifier, you should be ready to go after that. Mm-hmm. So we're going to play with it today for sure.
Yeah, well, like I said, it's trial and error. We're out here chasing some nice photogenic storms today, this evening, and possibly into the night. So we'll see how it goes, and it's just like I said, it's a trial run. So,
which one do we actually have? Is your picture stuck right now? I feel like it's stuck.
No, I'm pulled over on the side of the road at the moment, just giving you guys a view, view to the south before we continue to continue west.
Okay.
Just doing a radar check.
You're by Cecil Plains now.
Yeah, just north of Cecil Plains, and just before you come into Dalby, we are. So we'll come through Dalby in a few moments' time and continue tracking up towards Chinchilla and Miles. There's some healthy storms out that way at the moment, so.
You got some storms in the Cumbralia State Forest headed towards Toowoomba.
Hey, Kane, mate. Definitely a chance of some rain reaching through to the coast around Southport. If you're lucky, there could be a storm, but nothing too dangerous at this stage.
Let's see here. I just have to do a few quick calculations. So it's about 30 degrees Celsius with like 24-degree dew points. Those are pretty juicy. Going more east, the dew point's even higher. So I definitely think that's something to watch too as it gets to the coast. Dew points are higher, more available moisture, more action.
That is true. We just need to see if there's enough steering winds and enough
if it
sort of
holds to the coast. Yeah, if it can hold east of, Toowoomba, we might have something on the coast tonight.
because I'm looking at these cells just to the southwest of Miles at the moment, sort of west of Condamine, looking very supercellular on the radar, but they're also very, very slow moving. So, which is good for us. So we'll be able to keep up with them and just cruise along. So we're going to get going in just a couple of moments' time.
Yuliba State Forest, there's a hill core developing just south of the town of Jackson, off of the Warrego Highway. That's a little cell to watch for sure. A little bit northwest of where Ben's location is. That hill core I've been watching in the Cumberland State Forest is starting to get some activity, as well as there's a small hill core north of Cecil Plains as well.
And that's basically what we're looking into right now. That's directly ahead of us and off to our left. But we're going to flip around and get towards those possible supercells up near Jackson, Jalaka, Miles.
Yes, that's what I was just looking at. Those. That's the other set that had the hail core in it.
Well, that's where we're about to flip around and get going in that direction now.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea.
I'm on the AMAR radar.
I'm on ATAR. Has it the best right now.
I'm watching this one coming in to Toowoomba.
He's way west of there though right now.
He's way west?
Yes, sir. Look up by go west from Toowoomba on the what the heck road is that on?
We're about to come through the town of Dalby.
Cecil Plains Road, and then follow that. Oh yeah, he's on Dalby. So look on the A2, Don. Go up on the A2 from Toowoomba to Dalby, and that's where Ben is. You see it, Don?
No.
The A2 highway out of Toowoomba.
Out of where?
Toowoomba.
Oh, okay.
Don. Dang it, Don.
I'm just having a hard time hearing you. That's all.
I know. We got to give you a hard time, Don.
Yeah.
But this is classic Don, though.
I see Cecil Plains.
Okay, now, but Dalby, you need to go straight north from there.
Right. I see
Yep, up
Dalby.
the 82, Dalby.
I see it.
Copy that. So that's the new target, Don. Dalby's the new target. Now we're locked in and loaded. You got to give everybody's orientation right, and you have to remind yourself, Don and I are doing this from how many thousands of miles away?
That's exactly right. For those of us joining us and that are unfamiliar with the American accents over here, we've got our lovely Scarlett. To put it simply, she's the boss lady. She's where the United National Weather Team begun in the United States, and it's since expanded out to Australia. We thought that there was basically, well, to put it simply, a need for our operation in Australia, so that's how that's come about. But yeah, Scarlett, she runs the show, and Don is basically our head of meteorology.
Southwest Missouri.
I mean, our operation can be the way that we work with United National Weather Team is that the plan is to have everyone everywhere be able to open up their own United National Weather Team. So it doesn't matter what country you're in. It doesn't matter where you are. You should be able to make the same type of group and system. We want people to be going out looking for storms, warning them even before they're coming, warning them as they're coming, and then also helping people on the back end through recovery as well. A lot of times after the news cameras and the stories and the videos and the pictures that everybody sees in the first few days, 48 hours go away, people forget that these are people's lives that have to be rebuilt, and that's a daily process after that. So we want to try to capture that and help just keep people aware of what's going on in their communities, help people understand how to better prepare for severe weather, and then when the ultimate does happen, also have people there who can help facilitate their community to get back on their feet. That's what it's all about.
And that's exactly right. Spot on. Couldn't have said it better.
Thanks, Ben. Well, nobody knows your community better than yourself. So that's what I think why a lot of these large groups at the end of the day, end up failing their communities. Not that they fail the mission, but they fail the communities they serve because they are not tailored to the communities that they're in. The way that you run a recovery, or let's say floods or fire or tropical cyclone, is very different from area to area, or what people may need, what they use. So it has to be a grassroots movement. It has to be with people in the community who care about other people in their community to want to help when things go wrong. Because the first thing people do are look around and they want to look for the people who are the helpers. Well, if you're already trained how to help or have some idea, you're already ahead of the game. That's the deal. People are looking for strong pillars of the community, so to speak, when things like this happen. And you don't have to be doing extraordinary things to become a pillar. You might be the guy who bought a bunch of water one time and say, hey, I have a bunch of water at my house. Or you might be the person who says, hey, I work as a mechanic. I know how to change tires. It doesn't always have to be this grand hero scheme. It could be very simple community needs. Hey, I've got an extra can of formula at my house. My neighbor has a baby who needs it. Like very simple things that can help keep our communities tighter and not have to focus so much on government assistance. Does it come eventually? Yes. Is it enough? No. So we as private citizens should try to help support our communities in the places we live so that we can get through these events on this earth together. We didn't choose to have these weather events, but we can choose how we react to them. And we are getting some serious hail increase in returns in that hail core in the Cumberland State Forest there.
Yeah. It's going to be going through Cecil Plains.
Cecil Plains. Cecil Plains. Yeah. No, that's a good one. So that's the main gist, is that we just want people to start to become educated, and there's ways to do that. It doesn't have to, it could be as comprehensive as looking at radar and tracking and mapping and all of these things, but it could just be as simple as going around to your neighbor. Hey, do you have water? Hey, I have this, you have that. Make it work. You know, you'd be surprised what a community can put together when people are trying to help each other achieve a goal. A really good example of that would be like in the Gold Coast, Ben, you know, after the recent Christmas Day tornado outbreak. You know, people even in the community you were in were sharing things, helping, you know, neighbors giving each other generators, helping, making sure everybody had power, making sure that their little area is safe. If everyone did that in their own little communities, we'd have a lot better off system instead of everybody trying to fight each other or looking who to look for. It gives you a place and a hub. So that's basically what I want to do, is empower people to be that place, that hub, to say, hey, I may not know what's going on, but I can tell you who can. Or if this happens in my neighborhood, I'd like to start to do this, because that's the number one thing. As these storms come through your area, as trees go down, branches go down, what's the first thing you do? You need to go out and assess what's going on. After assessment comes recovery. But we have to be vigilant during these times. Some days it's something, some days it's nothing. That's the thing with meteorology. I think too many people put too much stock into perfect forecasts, perfect pinpoint timing. And when you're putting so many data points, there's millions of data points. You have to think of air pressure, humidity, wind direction, wind speed, all of these things, and all of these data points are being put together to try to forecast weather. It may not always come out right. Too many people have had the idea that the weatherman is ironclad, and I just don't think, once you understand how much science goes into it, you could have something happen in the upper atmosphere that then pushes something else out that allows a whole new system to come in. There's very minute nuances that can change when storms happen, that can change the direction for better or worse. And it's very simple. And it's hard to explain. So to the average people, they'll say, oh, well, where did all the rain go? Well, if you'd like me to give you a detailed explanation, I can tell you, but most people don't want to hear that. So I think that messaging is another tricky part of this too. People don't want to be overly warned, but we don't want to sit in a situation where we're not warning enough either. I definitely think that that's an issue. Just watching this development as it's coming into Ben's area at this time. That cell on AMAR looks a lot more angry than it does on ATAR. has a lot more definition. It's got some good inflow. Cecil Plains Mooney Road, there's going to be a good clip of hail right now. We do have some rotation in that cell as well, east of Cecil Plains.
Yeah. Headed towards Mount Tyson.
Copy that, Don.
Definitely something off to the south there for a minute. There was a little wall cloud in there, but seems to have lifted up now.
Hail on the coast, Jess, is going to be something that we're going to have to watch as these storms go over Toowoomba and come in closer to the coast. Hail will be something that will be determined if these storms can survive going through this area. One thing I've noticed from tracking Australian storms this long is once it hits about this mountain range area where the terrain changes a little bit from the plains to a little bit higher terrain, dip back down, it cuts off the energy and moisture for these storms. But there's a lot of juice in the atmosphere, so to speak, at this point. Let me just take a look around and see how far out we've got storms developing. So we have a whole nother round on AMOR radar down by Inverness.
Well, we got another little cell going into Leyburn here in a little bit.
AWAR has some good cells pumping out still. Yeah, so from about west of Roma, then parts going east, west of Roma, going a little bit north, not even quite to Emerald, coming back around the coast, that part of Queensland, all that whole area could get something. Probably nothing further than Emerald, Rockhampton for those people, but Sunshine Coast might get some tonight if these hold out. Brisbane might get some of these tonight if these hold out. What's the atmosphere been like down there, Ben? Is it soupy? Do you feel like there's a lot of sun? What was it like earlier before these started developing?
Yeah, definitely very muggy out here today, as it has been for the last few weeks, last few months actually, here in the southeast.
Oh yeah, you almost have 8. Well, I don't know. I'd have to calculate that for Celsius, but you've got really high dew points down at like even Tweed Heads, got almost 80-degree dew points with the 80-degree temperature. You almost have dew points and temperature the same. Brisbane has 84.75, Ipswich 91.73, which it's warmer. Ipswich is a hot point, so that's something to watch too. This could explode as it gets closer to there, just because of the heat. And the moisture is higher over there. Now, what general? I haven't been monitoring that long, so I'm just trying to get my bearings on which way storms are moving. So I do apologize to everybody out there, seeming like I'm not knowing what I'm doing, but I did not sit and really watch before I came on. So now we're just trying to catch up. What are we going to say? That's like a eastern motion? They're just developing now, so it's hard to say direction. It's all like they just popped up out of nowhere in the last 15 frames. Yeah. Got some new cells developing to your west, Ben, coming into Dalby.
Yeah.
Yeah, copy that. We'll get a good view of them in a minute when we pop out the other side.
Looks like we've lost some of that hail-esque looking like signature. But I'm sure there was a little bit as it rolled through these forested areas through Dunmore State Forest and Cumberland State Forest. And it looks like we're getting development off of the available moisture too. It's not like an ultra impressive cloud deck, but they are developing underneath. Oh, very interesting cell to the way south, almost down towards deep Jennings, south of Jennings. There's a good hill core. Girard State Forest. And this is all mountainous terrain. But I think as it's going to start to get into higher moisture levels, I think we're going to see something happen here. What are the winds like right now, Ben?
Not an awful lot at my location.
Have that.
Just kind of hanging out in the middle between Cecil Plains, Mount Tyson, and in between
You see that new hail core that just developed?
Leyburn.
See that new hail core that just developed to the west of Cecil Plains? Northwest of Cecil Plains?
There's
It had inflow and then now it's filling itself in.
Dunmore State Forest.
This one is in the Cumberland State Forest, like Broadwater Conservation Park, but there is a good hail clip in north of Cecil Plains right now. This thing is getting stronger, but it doesn't have that much juice. I'm wondering about the shear on it. I need to run some more.
Or Little Hill
I
Core.
apologize for not being as on point with it as I usually am, but northwest. So out of Toowoomba, the winds are coming from the northwest. So it's all just going to be pulling it down. Basically, the storms are probably going to try to take a more like southeast kind of track if the winds are coming from the northwest, pushing it down. Let's see if I can get any wind readings back west further. Hopefully we'll be able to. And another thing too is just what we use to monitor over there. We have to adapt to be able to watch over there too. So not everything works. So that's something too.
Yeah, everything's kind of backwards.
Everything's kind of backwards. Some of the tools we use, we can't use over there, or they don't pick up what we need to pick up over there. So it just takes a little bit longer than what we're used to.
Yeah.
Oh, currently.
Yeah, that thunder you're hearing there would definitely be out of that cell that's over Cecil Plains at the moment. It's a decent one, but never be concerned.
Yeah, Roma's wind is coming in at the south-southwest. And we've got northwest winds at Toowoomba. Yeah, we've got some rip in the atmosphere for sure. Because that's clashing. So that is pushing against each other. Currently at Roma, it's 25.9 kilometers an hour at the south-southwest. Let's see what we've got right now. Just looking at a few tables and maps. That's nice. The main thing is we want to just kind of stay on top of this. I don't know. Do we know if there's any flooding risks for anywhere out there at this time or not?
I'm not too sure if there's any flooding out here at the moment, but there probably will be some occurring right now.
Yeah, that's something that I was, just interested in. What did the bomb classify this day at all? Have they had any words about it? Have they said dangerous, mainly winds, rain, potential supercells? What are you thinking today is going to turn into? Yeah, what do you think today is going to turn into, Ben?
Lots of rain, lots of flooding, some potentially dangerous flooding, lots of lightning, and hopefully nothing too spinny.
Yeah. I mean, spinny things can be good and bad. Speaking of spinning things, we do have some rotation in that cell that is coming out that is east of Cecil Plains going towards Mount Tyson. It does have a decent signature that could indicate high winds. Doesn't look tornadic yet, but it does have definite rotation.
Yeah.
It might be trying to get its act together. And that would go into Mount Tyson. See if I think that's only 2 towns in between Cecil Plains, Mount Tyson. It would also then go into the airport there, Brisbane West Wellcamp Airport. Weren't you there not too long ago, like the last time we did a live? I swear you were.
Yeah, Cecil Plains, I was out those ways last time.
Yeah, that because remember we were like, oh, Brisbane West Wellcamp Airport, even though it's like not anywhere near Brisbane. I just remember calling out that airport's name. That's all. Yeah, definitely an interesting signature we want to keep watching. There's definitely going to be some high winds in that for sure. So if you're anywhere out in that area, that cell is trying to gain some characteristics, but will it hold? It's trying to get his act together in the last few frames. If you watch its genesis, it was one big cell, then it split into two, and now it's trying to get itself back together.
Yep.
And that's just flirting south of you. Now, how close are you to Dalby at this point?
Yeah, I'm on the other side of Dalby at the moment.
So you're tracking up now the A2 towards Wara and Chinchilla and Miles.
Yep.
Okay, copy that. There's a few cells that are just starting to pop even that's by Wara that's about to go over the A2. You should also, if you're on the other side of Dalby, as you get towards McAllister, there's some cells that are developing off of your left-hand side that would also be interesting to watch. Cells like that popped into the cells that exist currently to the south.
Yeah, copy that.
Mm-hmm. You've got a cluster of like 5 or 6 of them there right along the side of the highway. And you drive on that side anyway, so you'll be able to see it. Yeah, they are really slow moving, which then is going to crank up, like you said, the risk of flooding for everyone else.
Got a nice inflow notch south of Cecil Plains there.
Yeah, I know there is. Now look at how it's kind of still touching too. It's got this inflow notch, and it doesn't want to split apart, but it wants to.
Yeah.
Like I said, this one's trying to get its act together, and it's got some decent hail. I would imagine you're at least getting like pea-sized hail out of that, right north of Cecil Plains. It's on Tipton, Horain Road, and Olson Road. There's also a river, the Condamine River. They'd be getting it right now. Let me just take a cruise around Queensland really quick. Some cells south of Stanthorpe. Going into Jennings, some heavy rain. Just kind of going to pop around for a second. South of Coffs Harbor, off of the offshore, there's some cells now that are offshore. I'm sure you could see it's a good lightning show. They kind of developed offshore, so lucky for Coffs Harbor there. There's some cells back by Armadale that are kind of redeveloping that people ahead in Coffs Harbor might want to pay attention to. You might not be done with that down there. Tamworth is about to get a decent rain shower just about now. the Forest, Appleby, Hallsville, Gidley. They're all getting a nice rain shower right now. Now, do we know if anywhere is in drought conditions, or is everywhere, and that's down in New South Wales, or is it pretty much everybody's pretty saturated from how much rain you guys have been getting?
Yeah, there's been a lot of rain around as of late. Definitely, yeah, since sort of November, December through until now, it's been very wet. And I like to think that like to hope that a lot of farmers that need a drink definitely got some good amounts, but surprisingly, a lot of it's been storm rain. So there's a good chance that a lot of people still have missed out, unfortunately. But now the monsoon crop is in full swing across, the northern the tropics and North Queensland there. And of course, we've got a cyclone developing out the Coral Sea. So hopefully this will bring some much more widespread rainfall, but also hopefully, not too much for those that have just gone through like Jasper and things like that. So,
well, funny you just say that. Now, hopefully these are developing off of the coast. Okay. Ingham right now is getting, north of Townsville is getting some good cells. There's some cells coming down towards Port Douglas currently as well. Just some nice, strong thunder showers. Hopevale is also getting some strong thunder showers right now. Innisfail is also getting some good rain. Just kind of checking all across the continent right now. Up towards the north, there's some good cells towards, what is that there? A lot of nature preserves up at the tip there, but there's some rain all the way going up into even the Gulf of Carpentaria. Quite a few radars are down right now as well. So that also hinders watching. Over by Darwin, there's some cells south of there in Bachelor. Just looks like some garden variety showers there.
We got a cell that's about mid-level, getting ready to go into Leyburn here in a little bit.
Copy that. Cells east of Alice Springs. There's a little bit of rain everywhere in Australia today. Quite a few areas are dealing with it. Now, the most severe is going to be Queensland, New South Wales, but, don't be surprised all over Australia if you get a few garden variety showers in a few places.
And another little cell just north of Millamaran.
Millmerran? Let's see what we got here. Yeah, that hill core is still, it's almost stationary.
I know.
Ooh. Yeah, Ben, that cell that you left from that was north of Cecil Plains is almost acting stationary, which is going to concern me for that area.
yeah, definitely flash floods. Floods right there.
Yep. Wonder what do we have from the bomb right now? Do we have any warnings from them in place right now at this time?
I'll have to have a look. See. Yeah, there is.
Trying to pull it up myself at the same time.
heavy rainfall that may lead to flash flooding. That's what it's called for.
Copy that. Well, I could see that. Like I said, it's just training over almost the same areas right now, which is very concerning. You don't want that heavy of rain to sit for that long,
The main threat for today is heavy rainfall and flash flooding, so
Copy that.
slow moving storms usually.
Next warning is due out by 5:30. Weather situation. A trough is moving over southern Queensland with a very moist tropical air mass in place. Thunderstorms have formed this afternoon and should continue to develop and spread further east throughout the day. Severe thunderstorms are likely to produce heavy rainfall that may lead to flash flooding and damaging winds in the warning area over the next several hours. Locations which may be infected include Warwick, Toowoomba, Dalby, Roma, Charleville, Stanthorpe, and Goondiwindi.
Copy that.
So we have that. So there is that right now. So we do have one warning. That was a top priority for immediate broadcast. We also have one more. We do have flood watches up by Gulf of Carpenter, Terria, so we'll look into that in a second here because I seen that because I just saw some storms up there that made me think that while I was doing our continent-wide check of the weather. Oh, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for southeast Queensland for people in parts of Toowoomba and the Western Downs Council areas. Bureau of Meteorology warns that at 3:05, a severe thunderstorm likely to produce heavy rainfall that may lead to flash flooding was detected near Cecil Plains and Tipton. This thunderstorm is moving to the east. It is forecasted to affect the area west of Toowoomba by 3:35 p.m. and the area west of Oakey by 4:05 p.m. Emergency services advise people to park your car under cover away from trees, close doors and windows, keep asthma medications close by. Storms and wind can trigger asthma attacks. Charge mobile phones and power banks in case the power goes out. Put pets somewhere safe and make sure they can be identified in case they get lost. Do not drive now unless you have to because the conditions are dangerous. Tell friends, family, and neighbors in the area, go inside a strong building now. Stay inside until the storm has passed. Next warning is due to be issued by 4:10 p.m. A more general severe thunderstorm warning is also current for the Darling Downs, Granite Belt, and parts of the Central Highlands, Coalfields, and Marinora and Warrego Southeast Coast districts.
Thank you for reading that out. For those just joining us now, we're out here on the Western Downs. We're heading towards Miles, as you can probably see there on the caption. We're joined by Scarlett. She's basically the boss lady. She's from our US side. She's just jumped in to say hello, help us out, read some warnings, have a chat. But we are tracking towards Miles and we are just hitting a little bit of rain now. That'll be from these developing cells just to the north of Dalby that you were talking about before.
Yeah, no, and I'm glad they warned that because I noticed some things with that cell. It kind of popped out of nowhere and now is turned into this conglomerate that now is basically stationary. So that's a concern. I've seen hail core signatures 3, 4, 5 times. We've got some rotation in it as well. So it's just sitting there rotating, continuing to rotate, pouring out as much rain as possible. That's also concerning.
Dalby's just been included under that severe storm warning now. So Dalby, there is some cells building up just to the west as a part, just basically off the northeast side of that Cecil Plains storm. There is more building up towards Dalby now. We're just getting into a nice little bit of rain here. These are just fresh developing cells to the north of Dalby now. We're going to keep punching through these and hopefully catch up with the more severe activity further out towards Miles and Roma. And then we might sort of take a turn north and track the activity north into the night and, well, until we get tired of it, decide to go home.
Copy that. Looking for floods. Okay, let's see. We got a flood watch for the Cape York Peninsula and parts of the Gulf of Carpentaria right now as well. Monsoon trough extends.
The storm is currently developing just south of Jandowae. Moving towards the
Let me go look
east,
at that.
towards Dolby.
Copy that.
This is the one that we're on just now.
Maybe we could get some radar up.
Yeah, we'll bring her up here.
That might be good for everybody to see. Yeah, temperatures are still holding steady. Moisture's in the air. Oh yeah, that cell has definitely gotten even more juicy in the 5 minutes since I was looking at it. Oh, it's getting its act together now. Yeah, definitely. Once again, if you're in the Cecil Plains, Mount Tyson area, Okie, south of Dalby, you need to get ready for some pretty intense storms. The storm is doubled its size in probably the last half an hour. Also got a strong cell going towards Stanthorpe. Also northeast of Goondiwindi on the 42 by Inglewood and Divine State Forest. We have some really heavy torrential rain right there.
Is Don still in here?
He just got popped back in. I just heard that you know that ding you just heard? That's when someone comes in.
I didn't hear that one. I don't think
Oh,
it's
you
pretty
didn't?
loud.
Okay. Yeah, no, we got you, Don. We heard you. I heard you pop back in.
Yeah, I come back in.
Yeah, and these are almost just stationary, and now they're starting to fill in. So if you're getting closer to Miles, there's a cell that's just a little bit west of Miles that has just been developing by Jackson and the Uleba State Forest. Dulaca?
Basically, try and get onto.
Yeah, that one looks really interesting at this point. It is just sitting there and getting stronger.
Yeah, we'll definitely be able to get a good vantage point on that out here on the Western Downs. You can see how flat the country is out here. No hills. So we'll be able to perch up in a nice spot and hopefully get a gorgeous view of those storms
absolutely.
that have been developing this
Yeah, you can see the edge of that cloud deck. I could almost probably exactly pinpoint where you're at. You are probably are you past Wara yet, or are you ahead of Wara?
I'll tell you in just a moment.
Or McAllister? Did you pass McAllister already?
Yeah, we sure have.
Yep. So you're between Wara and Brigalow. Yep. Got it. I know exactly where you are. I just looked at your the picture outside, and I can tell you where the clouds are, because that's where the line is. So you're getting on it, Ben. You're coming right into it now. You're just on the first edge at Brigalow. You're going to start getting some sprinkles. At Chinchilla, you'll have light rain.
Copy that.
Yep. And then by Miles, you might have a break because that's the edge of the clouds again. But that cell is right behind it pushing in.
That's the one we're going to jump on in a moment.
Kabarla,
head to.
Oh, where's that? Where's Kabarla? Where's that? Absolutely pissing down at Kabarla, Pixie said. Thank you, Pixie. We appreciate that report from the ground. Where is that by? Do you know where that is, Ben?
That's around the Toowoomba area, I think. Don't quote me on it. Pretty
Yeah,
sure
it is. I found it. Yep, found it. Murphy's Creek, Highfields, Hampton. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There's a really good, there's a little bit stronger than just, garden variety rain right over Kabarla right now on McEwen Road, Goulds Road, Marin-Gandan Road, New England Highway, Kabarla Sports Ground, Adams Road. If you live in that area, you'll be getting some quite heavy rain right now. Borneo Barracks. And there's quite a bit of heavy rain to the east. If you're by Murphy's Creek, north of there, you're getting bombed right now.
Yeah, they are.
Sure are.
I mentioned that a while ago.
You did, Don. Good job, Don.
And Gatton's going to be getting into it here in a little bit.
Just near Highfields. Okay, copy that. Yeah, there's some good rain right there right now. Especially, there's a really intense little portion south of Stevens Road, Happy Valley Road. They're all getting it. Oh, yeah, Happy Valley Road has some of the heaviest rain right now. And even a little bit northeast of Murphy's Creek, too. Very heavy, intense rainfall. You have another line coming behind you. This next one I would be concerned about, that is coming out of Cecil Plains. It is just sitting there, and once this ejects because of the spin on it, I'm afraid it's going to just come and trample over everyone to the east, which would include you again, Pixie.
Well, I got a cell moving up 839 towards Pittsburgh.
Oh, northeast of Millmerran. I do not like that signature.
Yeah, north
by Brookstead.
Yeah, northeast of Millmerran.
Millmerran.
Pittsburgh.
Yeah, Millmerran. Yeah, I don't like that signature at all. Yeah, if you're in Brookstead,
just dissipated.
If you're in Pampas or Brookstead right now, you need to be in your safe place. You need to be inside. If you hear lightning, when thunder roars, go indoors. When you hear lightning, I meant when thunder roars, go indoors. I do not like that signature at all. This could be a straight line wind event for people in that area. So definitely secure, outside furniture. You should have already done that before this, because right now you should be in your safe place. But if you're downstream, if you have a break in between the rain now, you're going towards Toowoomba, you live in that area.
Almost to Brookstead.
Copy that. You need to start securing your items.
Secure your items in Brookstead and look up for lightning.
Copy that. Yeah, I'm not liking that at all. I'm not a fan.
Right now it's hanging out at 82 and 839.
Yeah, and that's another thing with these cells today that I think is going to become an issue sooner rather than later. The fact that they're lingering and almost stationary.
Yeah, this one popped up, and the one that was going into Mount Tyson went south here. So,
yeah,
that's what it does up here in the States. But for down there, that's a little unusual. But going to the south, it usually goes to the north as a normal.
I know.
This time it's going to the south and building from the north.
Well,
to the south.
They're all kind of building. All those cells were just a few little dots not too long ago. And now we're starting to see development doubling in size and stationary.
Yeah, it could have a lot to do with the CMEs and instability in the magnetic field.
That's so cool. Those things come into play more than people would like to admit. I'm going to look back at AWAR right now and just see if there's anything back at Orgo. Cells still kind of developing out there by Mongolala. Still kind of sitting in the same area. Now, I wonder what's going to move this trough. I need to go pull up models really quick because I need to go see what's going to push this trough out. Because we need to figure out the mechanism of how this is going to move out east. Otherwise, we're talking potential big flooding issues. Because when does it release? It's like riding the A2. That cell that was at Cecil Plains is now trying to go to the northwest. We might have a change in give us a second here because we might have a change in direction for some of these storms. This might be what I'm looking for this trough to shift.
And we're just going to be moving into some rain now as part of this.
Let me put this in motion really quick.
It's just now starting to come into Brookstead. A lot of downdrafts and wind in there. On velocity.
Copy that. This is always an interesting time in storm chasing, waiting for things to develop or waiting to see if things are going to get worse. This is where days are made or broken. The cell east of Toowoomba, northeast at Murphy's Creek is quite intense as well. If you're in Murphy's Creek, you're receiving some very heavy rainfall, torrential rain at this time. New cell has popped up south of Logan City as well. Waterford, Windery. You'll be receiving some intense rain right now as well.
Got one north of McLagan.
Looks like these cells are all trying to conglomerate together. They were separate functions, but as they're moving east, it looks like, if you look at it on ABMS, they're all trying to conglomerate together. Or at least from ABMS's radar, they're all on the same level. As you look back at AMAR, and it doesn't look as great, but you know, it's happening. Something, they're getting their act together now. Okay, so we're headed. Gotta find Jackson on our map here.
We've got some storms trying to move into Stanthorpe
Stanthorpe.
on down on A15 south of 42.
Ooh, a new little cell just kind of popped up south of Chinchilla right now. That hail core back that was at Cecil Plains is still developing and now tracking back west. It's filling in, is what I'm seeing. All these cells are kind of filling each other back in. The surrounding atmosphere is allowing all of the clouds to just kind of gleam together right now. I wonder what cloud tops are at. I mean, I guess it's a good thing that they're not moving rocket speeds, but it's also a really bad thing for saturation. Because I would think Toowoomba and parts east would be not needing any rain, really, not too much. Especially Gold Coast, they definitely don't need tons of extra rain. And it's so at Dalby.
Stanthorpe's starting to get a little bit.
I've seen that. Yeah, it's trying to develop back to the northwest. Is its back building, that cell that was at Cecil Plains. So it's back building to the northwest.
Yeah, that one that's over there in the Cumbrala State Forest is combining in with the big one.
That's what it all just came into one now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And it wasn't. It was multiple separate teeny tiny cells. And now it's one big angry cell.
Wanting to go into Pittsworth.
My concern is whatever's holding this, there must be some wind shear off of the coast. Oh, yep, which there is. Okay. That's holding it. When we lose that is when it's like think about it like a spinning top that you'd put inside a room that had bumpers. Eventually it's going to want to bump out of the bumpers, and when does it shoot out? It's like a pinball machine. When it gets caught in that little special area.
Yeah.
That's kind of what's happening right now, is a good euphemism for those who aren't into weather. Is it's going into that special area, and how long will it sit there until it ejects it out? And then when it ejects it out, how bad is it?
Heavier rain.
Yeah, I'm really not liking that, because you just pull up a few models that I'm not seeing, because there has to be a dry line. There has to be.
There is a dry line, it's just not very clear cut. It's a bit all over the place.
Well, yeah, I can kind of see that, but there might be multiple of them, but I kind of see where, and that just complicates things. I don't like dry lines. Well, I mean, I shouldn't say I don't like. I mean, we like weather. That's why we're here. Just watching how these scans are picking up. There's just so much moisture out there. It's just picking up the whole everything. I mean, you've got juicy dew points. Sunshine Coast better not put their guard down either with this high. Yeah, nobody should be. Dew points are your moisture is the name of the game. When you have more moisture, more rain, more intense conditions on the ground. There's a lot of factors that go into meteorology, truly. And there's a lot of nuances. And that's one of the things why we want to try to demystify it, but then also try to explain that there's more than just what you've been told. Forecasting weather was so easy, people wouldn't go to school and get degrees in broadcast meteorology and other things. There you go. Did you get yourself back in? You got it, Ben? Are we good?
Well, it's trying to build, ain't it?
Where is it on? I'm looking at it all, so where? Oh, yeah, I could pop it on. That's what I'd like to look at right now. I want to kind of see where the other wind fronts are coming from and see what we're going to have in store for the rest of tonight. Well, tonight for us, today for Ben, but the way she goes. And of course, it takes forever to all hot points. You can already see the writing on the wall, so to speak, for that. Yeah, cloud cover is getting thicker. Oh,
Southeast or southeast of Millimoran Downs, there's a nice little hellcore coming in behind all this up towards Clifton and Nobby, moving in that direction towards the radar. The AMR radar.
Copy. Back to trying to get the newest scanner now. Today's going to be an interesting day, though, regardless. Lots of good things on deck, lots of things in play.
It's coming down real good at Murphy's Creek and heading south.
I mean, you know.
And Gatton.
Look on Marbird. That cell. Doesn't it almost seem like it's like sitting? There's something else in the atmosphere that's making it wait. And I can't dissect what it is at this very moment.
I got a lot of outflow over towards Toowoomba, clear down to Flagstone Creek.
Do you?
A lot of inflow up around Murphy's Creek towards Gatton. That's about where that boundary's at.
It's close enough to the coast where it'll play in. People on land may not think that that's close, but that's close enough to play.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for this latest scan to come in right now. The only thing about Australian storms is they're fickle. Yeah, there's definitely going to be like two centers. Especially this hail core down here. If you're south of Malagangni, there's some big hail. In the Inwingar State Forest, big hail.
Oh, big downflow.
Bulldog. Yeah. Bulldog, Black Flat, Bulldog Diggins. Yeah, y'all got hail. Cleveland Crossing currently is getting hail. And it's a pretty intense cell there. With some probably decent
Got
hail.
a clear picture of the live stream, Betty?
Hmm?
Had a big old downpour out in the middle of the field out there.
Oh. What happened?
You put you up there on the screen.
It did. Okay, hold on.
And took away the live stream. There we go.
Just got a nice little cell developing here to the south of Chinchilla. Decent little rain core in there. And so far we've seen a couple of little bolts coming out the edge of it there, just off the right.
Look at that little cell at Chinchilla. Look at it. Go, little cell, go. I
Pull
see
over when
it.
you get to a clear spot. You can.
This is on the Kogan Condamine Road. That little cell. Phipps Road. Do I see any other roads? No, they don't give me any roads. That's all I got. Chinchillatara Road, Phipps Road. If you're in that area, you're probably getting intense rain and hail, and I probably don't need to tell you that, but it is occurring over your area right now. The fact that these clouds can find clear air and that the atmosphere is still pulling itself and opening up these clear air moments are concerning too. See, that type of, you know that there's heating happening above, you're down on the ground, something's happening in the middle. That's what that shows.
Yeah.
Temperatures are maintaining, but Ipswich continues to be the hot spot.
Yep.
Lots of winds in the Murphy's Creek, Withcott, Helidon, Grantham, Gatton, Lockyer National Park, Glenore Grove, Hatton Vale, Laidley, Mama Creek, Flagstone Creek, Helidon, Withcott, all could have some straight line wind events. There's some interesting signatures that are coming out of this that it could be rough. Terrain wise, I see that they're right by this Main Range National Park. And as storms get closer to an area, if there's mountains, the terrain will just wring out the moisture, causing more rain down on the ground. And that could be an unfortunate feature for these people south of Gatton and east of Nobby, Clifton, Elora, Warwick.
Got a lot of inflow at Gatton.
Where are you now, Ben?
Yeah, it just comes through Chinchilla at the minute.
Stop it there. Chinchilla would be just right on the edge of the clouds. Now you're going to be coming back into some rain. If the closer you get to Miles, the more rain. And did you say there were bolts from that one little storm that was like to technically now the southwest?
The DCCG coming out of the right-hand side of it.
Mm-hmm.
Got a meat cell south of Dalby.
You know what? That cell south of Dalby is no joke.
Yeah,
and it's just sitting there and it's just developing.
Yeah,
it hasn't went anywhere. It's just only gotten bigger.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Bigger on velocity anyway.
Bigger everywhere. If you are on the Dalby Cecil Plains Road, you live on Starks Road or Duncan's Road, you were probably receiving some hail. Tell me. Oh, and Worthington's Road. Worthington's Road and the Dalby Cecil Plains Road
Dalby
and
Cecil
Duncan's
Plains
Road.
Road it just passed
Yeah,
on
no.
82.
I'm watching it, Don. I'm looking at the hail cores. I'm not looking at velocity right now. So that's not going to match up to what you're saying to what I'm looking at. But it's close. There could be some straight line winds in there. Definitely. You could have some trees down, lawn furniture down, branches down for sure.
What, south of Logan City there?
No. I'm talking about the one you were just talking about at Dalby. I didn't move anywhere about that one. Yeah, it's even showing it on reflectivity that it's getting a bigger hail core. It kind of looks like there's a lot of clear air in between these cells, which is also concerning. And you can only tell that by looking at all the other radars around. But they're starting to become a massive amount of cloud cover.
Ooh.
I know. I mean, the clouds stretch from Bow Desert all the way back to Dalby, Mulmarin Downs, and that was nothing an hour ago.
I know.
Just a few tiny cells that we were going to watch develop. And now they've sat here this long. Now, the thing with this is, can it develop more? Is it because it's so moist and over the top? Does it kind of just take over the whole atmosphere and then everybody just kind of gets a dump of rain? Do certain points of the storm decide to strengthen up? And as it ejects to the east, act that way or not? That is the game we're playing here today on United National Weather Team, whether it's US or Australia. That is our game. And today, the cell is very different than what we're used to dealing with. It's pretty stationary.
Yeah.
It's back building. Its forward motion isn't that great. All concerning things. South-southwest wind now at Toowoomba. So about an hour ago, I checked the winds, and the winds were south-southwest at Roma, and they were northwest at Toowoomba, and now they have changed to the same. At Brisbane, we still have a north-northeast wind, so we're still going to see some kick-up spin in this. It's not done yet.
Got a cell trying to form there at Mount Whitestone.
Where's that?
It's south of Grantham, south east of Flagstone Creek on 80.
I didn't even see 80. Oh, there we go. Got it.
There's a highway.
Grantham. Yeah, look at that.
South of Grantham.
Yeah.
over by Mount Whitestone, trying to form right there in the valley between the mountains there.
There's definitely a hill core at Lockyer Creek. Oh, yeah, look at that. That signature does not look pretty either. Definitely could have some straight line winds between Grantham, Mama Creek, Mount Whitestone, Windwell, Tent Hill.
Yep.
There's also another signature. It is even further east, going into Forest Hill. Might also have some straight line winds coming in with that.
Everything at Ipswich seems to be wanting to rotate south and back west from Ipswich.
There's a boundary. That's what I'm saying. Now you get where I'm coming from. Like, what is the boundary? What is cutting this off? Why is it doing this? Oh, and what's the wind going at Ipswich? Wind is going due east 5 miles an hour at Ipswich. Mind you. I'm not a fan of that. We've got a north wind down at Tweed Heads. Brisbane, we got north-northeast, and Ipswich, due east wind.
And we got YBAF base, Air Force Base there.
We got the closest other station ID that's probably maybe, not too far away. West of Toowoomba, the winds are going south-southwest. At Ipswich, it's going east. Something is going... We're going to get some spin action here in a second. We're going to get this system to start trying to kick itself and eject itself out. It's fighting itself to get out of these areas and cross. It literally has been staying below the A2 all day.
Yeah.
Almost like somebody has it capped, the cap, so to speak. But there's no cloud cover like that. Its own capping. Let's put it like that.
Oh, man. That one's getting bigger. It's on A2 now.
Which one?
The one over by Dalby.
Yep. I was just looking at that.
Starting to pick up on the south end of it, too.
Oh, there is a velocity signature at the Dalby, Cecil Plains Road, and Duncan's Road, and Griffith Road.
Have a look at this cell that's just to the northwest of Jackson. That's got a little velocity signature on it too, so that's what we're going to go for.
Jackson? Where's what radar? First, let me ask you what radar you're on, Ben.
ATAR to room.
Copy that. Then Jackson. Copy that. Northeast of the Uleba State Forest. Yeah. Oof. I'm going to put it in motion really quick and just kind of see what we've got. We've got some interesting movements on this.
Arkansas Dawn.
Okay, yeah, but you have to just ignore it, please. Thank you.
Hello?
No, Don, absolutely not. go. Oh no. Okay, I'm having this scan come in right now. Now, have you guys made it up there now? Are you stationary, Ben?
Stationary, no. We're still outside of Miles. We're going to turn off and go to the north and try and intercept those cells near $1.
They're not lifting yet. I wouldn't.
But we're about to just pop off to the left to see if we can get a view on that cell that's developed just south of Chinchilla. That little cell that was rain is now very lightning active on the radar just to the south of Chinchilla now. So I want to see if I can get a
Yes,
good
it
scope
is.
of that. That's directly behind us. So we should be able to get a good view on that one in a second.
Yeah, and that developed out of nowhere, and that's just I think that's gonna kind of be the signature for today. You know, it was just a cloud. It was nothing, no rain, no nothing, and it developed with the spin. Everything's going to have a little bit of spin today in the atmosphere. Everything's just going to have just the right recipe for a storm, so to speak. I mean, I've seen it happen like this myself, where you're outside, cloud appears, cloud gets bigger, cloud gets even bigger, all of a sudden it's a rainstorm. It doesn't take much when the atmosphere is perfect.
Could go lightning active at any moment.
Absolutely. Now, have we seen a lot of lightning in these cells today? That would be something to also track.
Well, yeah, there has been a lot of lightning, especially earlier on today before we even got out here. Down near Gundawindi, there was a very lightning active storm. Yeah,
that cell finally tracked over the A2 at Dalby. Dalby right now, you guys are getting it. Might have some hail in certain areas, but Dalby, you are under the gun right now. And with the way this is going, are we going to the northwest now a little bit?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay.
We're about to pop off and show you guys a decent little view of this cell to the south.
Copy that.
So, 1.5 kilometers.
Okay. Last scans look like they're losing some juice.
Is that one on the Dalby storm?
The Dalby storm is increasing.
Copy that. I'll have to have a look when I pull up in a sec.
You need to. Because the cells that you're on now, they're more backed by Uleba, and they may not turn. They almost reabsorb themselves back to the west, closer back to Roma. They still have that northwesterly motion.
Well, yeah, we'll have a reassessment of the situation in a second. We'll check radar. We'll have a look at this. We're going to have a look at this nice little storm to the south of Chinchilla at the moment. It's looking, well, it's got a classic storm shape. It's got a nice base to it. Beautiful rain core in the middle. It just looks like if you typed in storm on Google, it's a perfect diagram.
It would be. Absolutely. Let's see what we've got on. Yeah, 16 Mile Hall Road, Chinchilla Cogan Road.
That was a close call there. I almost hit a bird.
Oh no, save the birds. Oh, there's a lot of inflow and outflow winds in this. Oh, it's taking ages to load. Stop taking ages to load. There we go.
Hang on a moment. That one's looking to the north. We're just flipping around back to a little spot down here where we can pull off the side of the road.
Copy that. Now, whereabouts are we again, Ben? There we go. Ben, can you hear me?
Yeah, we sure can.
Copy that. My
We're just
internet is so behind that I can't actually see your live picture without looking at it on another device. I know. That's why a few times I'd be like, where are you? So literally, I just imagine this, Ben, I'm looking at a map and I don't even get to see where you are live. I have not got to actually see a view of your picture for a while.
We're just in a place called Coolaboola, just to the east of Miles.
See that. Yeah, so I've literally been doing this blind because I'm like, oh, I didn't see any of that. Like, if I were to show you what I see in the dashboard compared to what's actually going out live, you'd be like, what? Yeah, see, I'm wondering what. It's almost like an imaginary line. There's got to be some type of shear or dry air mass that's eating up this moisture. Can you see it? You know, as you watch the scan go through, it's got to be a feature or something like that that's decaying it.
I know they got the radar fired up.
Yes, they do.
Got beams shooting
Which
out.
is good. Which is good that they've gotten, you know, in the last year, they've gotten quite a few more online. Radar is an important tool. That is for sure. Let's see what we got. I don't think we have any new warnings. I'm just going to check, though.
Well, look down east of Stanthorpe.
Stanthorpe?
Yeah. East of Stanthorpe.
Stanthorpe.
Down A15 from Toowoomba.
Copy that. I pick on Don, you guys. Get with it. I pick on Don. Don picks on me. We're all just trying here.
West
you know, I
Casino.
want to know who becomes the naming committee for some of these places. Honestly, on a side note, if we ever decide to, like, you know, rename things or restart a new world, or we get to discover something new, we need some guidelines that everybody can pronounce.
Yeah.
It's hard. You know, all these different names across the world, you expect them to be pronounced one way and they're not. Okay, what's this one? At 3:50, there's a marine wind warning up in the southeast Gulf of Carpentaria and the northeast Gulf of Carpentaria. Getting it up there. Just looking at some flood information right now to see if some rivers upstream are going to flood down. There are some flood warnings. Minor flooding is occurring in some places right now, too. So Tully River, Murray River, Daintree River, Herbert River. There was a final flood warning issued for the lower Brisbane and Bremer rivers. No further flooding is expected. Looks like it's just going to be, and too, something that we should talk about, but isn't quite going on right now, the cyclone. You all may have a cyclone sooner rather than later.
there is expected to develop over the weekend.
Right.
And possibly be a named storm by Monday.
Mm,
And if it's looking like it's going to hit the coast, well, then you know what that means. Means
that
another
means-
one of these live streams right in the thick of it. And of course, helping people.
Absolutely. Well, that's what it's all about. Try to facilitate the needs, try to help kickstart communities, help just start giving them a starting point. I mean, when you're stunned and shocked, and I mean, even you could pull personal reference from this, Ben. Think about you and Melissa on Christmas. You're there, you're a chaser. It happens to you. You have a tornado happen to you while you're at your Christmas dinner. You still feel out of sorts. You still don't know what to do. Even if you are the authority, you still have to now somehow figure it out, even in your own home. It's a control
when the
thing.
tornado happened, we actually put that aside for a second, and then as soon as it happened, we went out and helped everybody else. Really?
Well, that's what I mean. You have to assess in your own house first. Like, look around. Is everybody okay? Nobody's hurt. Nobody has broken bones. No one's bleeding. And then it goes from there. But a lot of people get stunned and just don't know what are the steps.
I don't know if you saw that one there, but that guy almost had a head-on with us, dangerously overtaking.
Well, that's not good. There we go.
I'll be right back.
Copy that. Yeah, it's definitely looking like a bleak day, but you can see the cloud bases are high. You could definitely tell that they have some action. There's some volume to the clouds as well. The cloud deck is coming in.
Sure is.
Absolutely. And like I tell everyone every time I do one of these streams, Ben gives me a heart attack every single time I have to watch this because I feel like, why are we doing this? We're going to die. But it's funny because eventually I'll get over it. But until then, Ben likes to seethe in the fact that I have small mini heart attacks in between.
Just to interrupt you there quickly, just having a look at radar there, I've just pulled it up on the screen. What we're noticing, for those of us in southeast Queensland, like Brisbane, Gold Coast, north side Brisbane, it's especially around Ipswich, it's just all looking to wash out into a rainy mess as soon as it sort of gets over the range there at Toowoomba.
Mm-hmm.
So I personally think that any severe potential and flash flood, well, definitely flash flooding potential for those areas, but any sort of severe storm potential is more away from the coast now, I think.
Yep.
But we'll just have to wait and see.
We'll have to wait and see. But
Cycle in a decent sea breeze. We've seen that happen before.
Yep.
Not picked up by the models, so we'll just have to wait and see, of course.
Well, like I had said, I seen the winds at Toowoomba were going due east. The winds at Brisbane were going to the northeast. I forgot what I said. Northeast or northwest. Basically the opposite of east. And so we've got that little pocket of air that I thought the sea might be playing into this system today because a trough is coming. Now, when we see American models, I know exactly where to get all the things to look at. Australia is a little bit different because we have to layer multiple different models on top of each other that isn't as nicely as presented as the United States. So when we get to these situations, it kind of seems like we don't have things together. But you have to imagine that we're having to compile a lot more data down and make it into easier chunks for us to then put out to the people. It's basically like a siphon that then makes it easier for the next tier down. It's interesting. Oh, hello, Don. Welcome back. Welcome back, Don. We're glad you're back. Railway. You guys actually put like signs that say railway. That's neat. We don't do that. We just assume you know that it's a railroad.
I got a cell northwest of Oakley. It's wanting to form.
You mean
They're
Oakley?
right next to A2, Highway A2.
It's probably Oakley, Don.
Out in front of the big one. It was at south of Dalby.
Copy. That's probably Oakley if you're by Dalby.
Yeah. I'll put a picture on glass for Benny.
Yeah. That cell at Dalby is just continuing to develop and dump. That's what we're going to call this one, a develop and dumper. Quinolo, Dalby, McAllister. Well, I mean, that's what it's done. It's just developed and dumped. I can't imagine. Yeah. I could only imagine the reports we would get from people in this area right now. I'm sure we'd be seeing like rivers down their driveways or the curb or whatever they call it over there. I don't know. There would be a lot of things going on.
They're getting a hell of a lot of vegetation in a short span.
Vegetation down, and they've gotten a ton of rain in a very short span.
Yeah.
Some of these towns have been in these, the most intense rain bands now for hours.
Yeah.
We can say that now because it's been hours we've been on air. So now it's been hours they've been under this.
Downdraft to heavy rain.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I wonder if the downdraft isn't trying to come into that middle layer and pushing it down. I wonder if that's going to depend on this event, how much it can push down and keep it there and then create this event.
Yeah.
Because now that I'm looking at it, we're getting a lot built back by way out. Even by AWAR, you can even see the reflectivity. Some of these areas are going to start seeing some nasty rain rates. Crow's Nest.
I panned out, and on the high-res reflectivity, it looks like a giant dragon over the top of Toowoomba.
Gumbunji, north of Gumbunji, and east of Gumbunji at Crow's Nest, Petchy, Hampton, Kabarla, and Highfield. It's definitely something to be looking at. The rain just started in East Ipswich, The rumbling has started. Sounds awesome. Hey, Kelly. Hey. Welcome in. Welcome in.
Rain just started an east lip switch. The rumbling
I just read that down.
Sounds awesome.
Yeah,
Thanks, Kelly.
I just read that down. We're all in our own minds when we're doing live streams too. So like, yes, there are 3 individuals here, but we are also monitoring radar, monitoring this, monitoring that. So sometimes we all don't just click on the same page or hear what someone else did, because we're all literally doing multiple different jobs at once to create this stream for you. And I have no problems with having I don't know how you say it, like visibility, clarity, transparency. There we go. Thank you. Transparency in how we do things. I am not liking how these cells are developing, though, to the east of Dalby.
Yeah.
Ooh. Mount Whitestone. Again, that Mama Creek, Laidley, Forest Hill. You are getting extravagant amounts of rain right now. Even closer to Crow's Nest, Gumbungie. If you're close to Gumbungie or Kilburnie, you might get some hail. People actually might be getting hail currently if you're on the Okie Mount Derry Road and Highland Plain Road. You are probably getting hail. And the Petchy McLagan Road, Petchy McLagan Road, and the Highland Plain Road, hail.
Put a picture on glass for Benny of that.
Copy that.
Coming into Crow's Nest, Peachy, and Hampton there. Looks like the Dragon's Head's coming into Crow's Nest, Peachy, and Hampton. Well, it could be a crockhead too, but anyway. It's just what the clouds look like on the radar.
Kelly gave us the compliment, y'all.
Yeah.
She said your pronunciation is so good now. Yay. Look at that. Look at us. We'll make it eventually, won't we? Again, we are United National Weather Team. We have branches in the United States and Australia. You can find us at unwt.org. And I believe our webmaster said we are almost ready to have unwtaustralia.org pointed towards us as well. So I believe that will be your domain, Ben.
I'm working at my pronunciation, Kelly. It's kind of hard.
Did you catch that, Ben?
Yeah.
I sure did. I'm just working out how to bring up the radar with my full screen. I did have it before, but I can't.
Okay, so what you should be able to do, what would you like to do?
Just have like my video feed up there like how it is now, but with the radar in the little box to the right. It's called Custom Edit 3, Custom Layout 3, like that layout, but instead of the left one, have my feed on the left there.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
So you want the radar on the other side is what you're trying to say?
No. So see where it has the logo there, United National Weather Team? I want to replace that with my chaser feed, like my live feed. The radar.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I think it's because it has you on multiple devices. So
I've got chase feed signed in, and I've got
chase feed. So you'd have to click that one and make that one the solo. And then once you do that, then you can do the configuration. So for instance,
yeah, gotcha.
There you go.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm. Live real time, working out the live stream, all the things. One day we'll get it seamless and you'll never know that anything happened. But for right now, we will let you see all the bumps, whistles, and everything going on with it because that's what we're here. We're the United National Weather Team. We're regular people. We are volunteers worldwide helping people in our communities, stepping up to the plate when we see severe weather and just trying to get the warnings out.
Put another picture on glass for you, Benny.
Ben can't look at too much on glass all around the country, though, Don, because, too. Oh, yeah, Ben's, I forgot.
United National Weather Team Australia's page.
Copy that. Yeah, we're going to keep an eye on the warnings. We're going to be keeping an eye on the flooding. I think that's going to be the tail for today. Because it definitely seems like there's some dry air that's holding it from going all the way, from it just completely exploding. It's a neat bridge.
Everything is going into Crow's Nest, Peachy, Hampton. There's like a big old arm of outflow all the way through Toowoomba down to Warima.
Now I'm going to go back to radar really quickly. Okay, I'm back.
Got a big heavy downpour between Peachy and Hampton, and another one coming in by the A3 there, the top of Crow's Nest there, north of the Crow's Nest.
Copy that.
But it's a little west of it right at the moment. Almost like a couplet trying to form there, but it's possible. You see it, Scarlett?
I am not currently looking at radar. Give me a second. I was just enjoying. Now that Ben has this song stuck in my head, I'm looking at all the gum trees.
Give me a hug among the gum trees.
Exactly, Ben.
North of the Crow's Nest, west of the Crow's Nest. Up A3.
I feel like this is where we could see some good animals and things. Who knows? We could see some wildlife.
I'll circle it for Benny and put it on his page.
Copy. So where are we headed now? Where are we going, Ben?
Crow's Nest, northwest of it. Up A3. Got a couplet trying to form there. You see it, Benny?
Yeah, man.
Hold on 1 second here. Oh, there is. Okay, where are you exactly, Ben?
Just northwest of A3.
Towards Wandone.
You're going towards Wandone? Okay, look.
Towards Wandone and Kaluga Bar.
There's this interesting signature I'm going to want you to watch because you're on the A5 now, right?
I'm not so sure about the road.
We're going to have to get you better about that, Ben. Do you have the Life 360 on? That would be helpful for us. We do use Life 360 as a team. I'm sure there's better GPS style apps, but it just kind of helps us all know where everyone is. We consider ourselves a family here on United National Weather Team, so it's nice to have those features. It does work worldwide. For anybody who is wondering, I've had people who have had family in the States, have families overseas. It works. It definitely helps. And it helps keep you connected and helps keep track of your people. Yeah, it might be trying to do. Oh, there was a big. There, last frame, Ben, if you look at the cell that you're going towards, going to Wendoan, that's what you said, Wendoan? Wendoan, whatever you said. There is a good signature coming directly towards you. And I mean a good rotation signature. This actually could end up being something. It looks like nothing on the radar right now. But it could be something.
It's trying.
It is. And you notice there's almost like a ridge on it.
I know. Look at the hook on it in reflectivity right there.
What radar are you on, Don?
I'm on AMAR.
Okay, copy. Marburg. Wow, that Dolby cell has just exploded.
Yep. But
Oh, Toowoomba, Crow's Nest, Kabarla. Oh, our friend Pixie over there, Gumbunji. They just are getting it hard right now.
You got a heavy downpour coming in south of Kalupi.
Where?
Which is kind of northeast of Dalby.
Oh, yeah, I see. Okay.
And then you go a little further east of Colby, you'll find Crow's Nest, and that's where I'm looking at with that signature.
You meant Toowoomba, not Dalby. I hate to correct you, but we are doing this for Australia. But I know what you meant in your head, and I'm looking at the same thing, but I just wanted to, for the viewers, those directions were from Toowoomba. Because what you said was correct, just not the town.
Yeah, it's straight north of Toowoomba.
Yep. Quinalo is also getting some really heavy rain right now. There could be some hail. I'd be interested to see if there is some hail on that. On the Paranga Quinalo Road, Brimaru Woodley Road, around that area.
Oh, it's wanting to go back west. That's weird.
A lot of these cells have today. That is my concern. We lost Ben completely. We're rolling right now, you and I, Don, without Ben completely. So Ben is the line. So Don, let's try to get up some radar right now, since it's just you and I till we get Ben back on the ground there. Ben is heading towards. Give me a second. I'll have the location. Wandoan. I don't know. What I know, it's on the A5, and that's where they're going. They were going to try to get a look at some of these other cells that are kind of to the south, but wherever the flow of this wind is making it charge up on itself. Let's just take a little look around Australia in general. Crow's Nest. If you're in Crow's Nest right now, you need to be in a safe place. Crow's Nest, Hayden Crow's Nest Road, and New England Highway are probably getting some hail right now on the A3.
Yeah.
True story. Also, showers are just starting to get into the metropolitan area of Brisbane. Ipswich is receiving light to heavy rain right now. really strong cell going to be coming into Casino down in New South Wales after a little bit here. Yeah, Casino, it's already raining now, but get into your safe place. It's going to be a wild ride for a little bit longer. Yeah, and I apologize because we just did not have ourselves put all the way together tonight. I wasn't expecting to cover storms tonight, but here we are. We're going to be in Texas at the National Storm Chaser Summit. We are diamond level sponsors, the United States side as well as Australia. It'll be nice to see some followers and be with our colleagues in Texas. If you like what we do here, consider donating. You can go to unwt.org and then you can click donate. There are membership options. We also have a new social media site. So if you like weather, you like pictures, consider donating. Consider signing up. You can see all of our things for free, but if you like what we do, you can also support our mission here. We have some membership tiers. We have stickers. We're going to have mugs. Some of our photographers who are on staff have been nice enough to let us use their photos for items. So if you'd like to see some of their items in print, definitely pick them up. Are you on the computer now, Don?
Yeah.
Can you add radar up to the screen?
I'm trying.
Copy that. I'm sure they just got in an area where, service is non-existent now, and we get what we get.
Trying to figure out how to.
Well, this will not be the time to do it then. We'll go through that again so that you're solid on how we go live. Let me just take a look at what we've got going on, though. I really need to change our radar omega colors because every time I still feel like there's a tornado right now because it's red, but it's
here we go.
morning.
Share screen.
Yes.
All right, I got it figured out. I'm on the radar. I got my radar now.
Okay, hold on. All right. Boop. There we go. We're going to make this guy full screen. Yes. All right. So we are okay. So now we're down by Toowoomba. Let's go show up where Ben is because he has the target up by Wanduan. So let's go back up by Roma Dalby area.
There's Dalby.
Okay. All right, and then we need to go a little bit northwest yet, miles, and then up towards Wanduan. Like by Atar, south of Atar. Radar. Do you see it, Don?
No.
Gotta go. Okay, you need to go unzoom. You're too close in. You need to zoom out. Zoom out. Yep, zoom out. Now move up to the northwest. ATAR. There it is. See it? ATAR, radar. Nope.
ATAR? Okay.
Yep, ATAR. That's AGMK. Nope, ATAR's over there. I can see your mouse, Don. There you go. Now, zoom in. Okay. Now, Ben is on that road. See where that signature is about to go for the velocity? Ben's on that road that goes up. See that cell? That's I'm gonna let's all send good vibes to Ben right now. That what we're seeing. Stop moving it down right there. No, stop. Go back. Do not move it again. Go back the other way, Don, because you're moving away from where Ben is actually at. Please go back the other way. Please go back the other way. Thank you. Stay on that road because that's where Ben is on the A5. No, show the A5 north of the A5. Go north, and you need to go back the other way. You need to go to the west, and you need to go back north. Move your screen. Thank you. So keep it right there. Now zoom in a little bit. Now zoom in. You see that where it goes over the A2?
Yeah.
Do you see that?
Yep.
Benny's on that road where the other outflow is coming. Do you see where the red is on the A5?
Yep.
Benny's on the A5.
Ah.
So we need to now go zoom into that area and let's get down as close as we can and see what we can see. Keep going. Keep going in. Zoom in. Yep. Now go a little east. Nope, you're too far. Nope, you're not on the cell that he's on, Don. You're too far east. You have to have the road in there. Can you come back out, Don? Please zoom out. No. Zoom out, Don. Okay, thank you. Now, we need to watch this because this thing has been developing, not too much, but this thing has been developing at an interesting rate and it's being eaten up, probably by some inflow. You can tell it's kind of eating at the front edge of the system. If you look at it on the right-hand side of your screen, if the viewers are watching. That dry air is attacking the system. For rain and development, that's great. For people, for potential severity, it's going to clip the potential severity by quite a bit, which is going to be beneficial for everyone. I mean, we don't necessarily want to see dangerous storms. Can we try to go on that A5, zoom in real close on the A5 till you see Wanduan. Because there's one little cell now that I think this is what Ben's going to end up getting.
Over here?
Yep. Where the road is, the A5. Zoom it a little more. Nope. You got it. Okay, can you shift your mouse to the right? Yes. There you go, Don. Perfect. Nope. Don't go to the left. Only shift to the right. I don't want to watch that cell. I want to watch the road. Yes. There you go. Now Ben's back. Okay. Bennett. There you go. See? That's sus. That I don't like that. That's what I think he's going to come upon. And he might have seen something, potentially even.
Yeah.
Now his best bet after that, though, is to come back out of that and start riding it back down. You know, poor Ben. This always happens to Ben. Leaves the house, and then these are almost staying stationary. Okay, hold on, though. Have you looked at these on AMAR in a little while, Don? Because they're still not lifting. We might have a little bit of an easterly turn. No. These things are trucking due east.
I can't hear Benny.
Neither can I. Oh, here we go. Well, he has himself. Okay, hold on. Let's see. He'll come back as soon as he can get his situation sorted. Really consider everybody in Toowoomba, you guys are getting it. Kabarla, Highfields, Murphy Creek. Very intense rain, if not some hail. In the Robinson Road area, Geeham Station Road area, Geeham Road, and Petswold Road, Groomsville Road. If you live in those neighborhoods, you are probably getting hail right now. Oh, there we go. Ben, do we have you back?
Yes, sure do.
You've been tracking it.
Just having a little
Technical snag.
technical difficulty with internet. Now we're just switch. Yeah. We're gonna get a good view of these storms in a minute.
And then let's remind everybody where you are now. Are you on the A5 north going towards Wanduan? Oh, we lost Benny again. And they're starting to kick off the back edge. Ben, if I was going to be a betting person, I'm going to tell you that the line for the dry line is east of Miles, starting at Chinchilla now, and everything that's going east of there is exploding. We have a big donut hole, too, back behind west of Dalby. Rain just started in Brisbane City. Hopefully it takes this high humidity away. Thank you, Jasmine, for joining us. Yeah, Brisbane's just starting to get that light garden variety rain. As time moves forward, those storms will persist and continue, potentially even into some heavier rains tonight. I don't see anything that's going to cut this off yet either. We now have winds at the east-northeast at Ipswich. So the winds have switched at Ipswich. They are no longer going due east. We are going to the east-northeast now. And Brisbane winds are going to the north-northeast at 16. Well, that's miles an hour, not kilometers. I gotta be able to do that. I need to set my... Next time we do Australian, we need to set our Omega over. Did we lose Ben again? Yes, we did.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah. Definitely some straight line wind action northeast of Toowoomba, Crow's Nest.
Yeah, they're getting hammered.
Oh, yes, they are. Crow's Nest National Park. And then there's another signature right behind it. Now, what's interesting on mine, yours might be a little bit behind mine, but mine is showing a stronger signature behind. This rotation is just like sitting there. That's what's been the most interesting. This rotation, all these storms have been rotating and they've just been sitting there. There we go. Welcome back, Ben. Are you talking, Ben? Because if you are, you're muted.
I'm not.
Thank you, Jasmine. We appreciate you here as well. Make sure you get in our reports. You can always send pictures to us through United National Weather Team Australia on Facebook or United National Weather Team, the US page, or you can submit pictures, photos, and videos, even over a gig at unwt.org. Oh, wow. Okay, so it must be sucking in the upper level winds off of the coast, because if you run this AMR at 14 frames, it looks like the whole storm just took a breath. Like it literally bloomed as it's getting closer to the coast. So it's picking up all that extra moisture. This is what I was concerned about, that it was going to be picking up all that extra moisture and then kicking it into high gear. Let's see if there's a way that I can turn. I'm just trying to see if I can. I think there's a way, but I'm not sure. Remind me to change my radar settings from kilometers from. Okay, there we go.
1:32 a.m. here.
Copy that, Don. Just trying to figure out if I can set some features so where I can just be a little bit more efficient. I don't know if I can, though. I definitely don't think I can change. Like,
Right, so we're going to flip in here, have a look at this little storm off to our west at the moment, and then we're going to flip around and get back sort of south towards Miles. There's a big storm up near Condamine at the moment that we're going to try and target if we can't get on top of these Dolby storms.
oh yeah, I would. If I were you, I would definitely rocket down. Go back down towards the A2, down back towards Dalby, going back down towards Crow's Nest, Esk, Kilcoy, all of them. They're about to get it.
Yep.
And it's building back to the northwest. It hasn't went too far at all, Ben. So see, I think we were all expecting this thing to eject out east, but it hasn't yet.
Just kind of setting in place and building
up. Yeah, it's like setting in place and it's just juicing itself up. It's like filling up.
Yeah, we're just going to do a radar reassessment at the moment. Second.
The high heat and humidity does trigger storms. Chasing Storms Live, Queensland, Australia says they're out at Marburg right now. Nice storm towards Esk. Copy that. Chasing Storms Live. Thank you for stopping by, United National Weather Team Australia. We appreciate you out there. Now, currently, I was able to get my settings changed on Omega. So, currently at Ipswich, we have an east wind at 17 kilometers per hour. It is 28 degrees C. Currently at Brisbane, it is 28 C, dew point 24 C, and the winds are at the north-northeast at 26 kilometers. At Toowoomba, we have 22 degrees C and a southwest wind at 41 kilometers per hour. So now we're getting some push at Toowoomba. So we might start seeing changes to this storm.
Just now coming into Murphy's Creek, getting ready to finish coming down at Wilcott Heavy, and getting ready to go into Grantham.
Oh, and a new donut hole has developed south of between Warra and Dalby. Not good. If you guys can turn around and rocket back down that way, I guarantee you're going to hit this next whatever's going to develop at Dalby.
Yeah, we're heading back sort of
off-roading.
We're still like 3 hours away from there, so that's not really possible right now. So we're going to go towards Miles and assess the situation because there's more storms developing to the south there. One with a big hail core on it near Condamine.
Ooh. Where are those moving? Hold on. Yep, storm of interest. Ben, storm of interest. It's spinning. Yes. Oh. Okay, so everybody, if you take the A5, like what you're on now, going towards ATAR radar, ride that down with the one cell that's over the A2 right now. Keep rolling that down and branch off of the A5 onto the 74. Look at that cell. There's no towns around it. But it is getting its act together, and it is wobbling your way.
Can you repeat that? Which cell was this?
Okay, so it's a cell. It's going to be a bit south of you, Ben.
Yeah, Condamine.
Not even.
Glen Morgan.
Maybe.
It's.
I can't see the.
I'll pull up the radar. Hang on.
But there's a new cell of interest that might, with how fast it's already gone, it should catch back up with the A2. And you're within reach to grab that.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm doing at the moment. I believe I'm just about to pull up the radar. I won't be a moment. If we can get it to work here. So the cell of interest. Sure, why this would be this one here.
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. Yeah, that one, Ben. Yep, that one, that middle one.
Yep, that's what we're looking at.
That's what I saw too, Ben. That one's looking juicy. And the last scan looks even better than that.
Copy that.
It's been interesting. Like I said, I'm gonna go run some models that I need to see because I need to see isobar lines.
Yeah, we're gonna blast down towards that cell in just a moment. Because yeah, that's looking nice, that one, and that's just gonna keep pumping along that line, and it's nice and slow moving as well. So I reckon we could intercept that one at about Condamine.
Oh yeah, Condamine. Let me see though. The unfortunate part about these cells is that they're not taking a northeast turn. It's mostly northwest.
Yeah, copy that.
Uh-huh.
Which is good. It's good for me.
Yes. No, good for you.
Or are you talking?
I'm saying
Are you
like
talking about?
to get in position, yeah.
Yeah, copy that.
So basically all the storms
Right.
are moving away from you. You know what I mean? They're going towards, Western Australia, so to speak.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, and we're west at the moment, so that'll be a perfect intercept at about Condamine on that supercell.
I don't know though, because the forward motion might pull it too far to the northwest. That's been the one feature today, the whole time we've been chasing this, I've noticed. The atmosphere is not allowing anything to develop, and when it does, it develops back to the northwest.
Which
not
is
to the
still
northeast.
okay for us, though.
Yeah, but it may not, with the way it's playing out, it may not end up in that area. That's just the thing that we've been seeing all day. Ooh, there's a new little cell though. That's all by itself. I wonder if that can survive. Definitely need to look back down the line. Yeah. Oh, that's Esk is going to be literally is about to get slammed. Crow's Nest. And it's gonna get lit. Yeah, that Lake Wivenhoe, it does get crazy around there. We've seen that before. So. Goodness. Here we go.
Yeah, it's going to blow right into Caboolture whenever it gets over there.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, they're expecting a low pressure potential tropical cyclone to develop literally on land and then go out. They have Invest 99S up by the Gulf of Carpentaria. I need to go look at models real quick, though. I really need to see what's going on in the upper atmosphere, and I did not look before we started. And now it's time. We need Australia. Okay. Oh. Oh. Wow. Okay, so I was running the models in Australia, but I was looking for today, but I just saw what could be that. Ah! There's two cyclones that come real dangerously close. One down in New South Wales, and then one almost hits Brisbane and then like just sits out on the coast and doesn't do anything and doesn't come all the way in. And then another one is going to spin off the coast. For Australia.
Man.
And if those wobble, but I'm just not seeing the setup for the low pressure is in the north. It's up by the Gulf of Carpentaria. There's no real isobars. Real broad swaths. So there's nothing to stop this or cut it off or push it forward even. So it's just going to have a real similar motion to what we have now. Oh, how would someone go about joining your team? you can go to unwt.org, and there is in the menu options, there is join the team. And then you fill out an application. One of us will get with you and talk to you about your application, go through, see where you can fit well in our organization, and then we get you started. It's really quite simple. I promise we do not bite hard.
And we play games as well.
We do.
We play messenger games in a big group chat, and it's really fun.
Yeah, we do have a lot of things that we have going on. You know, I try to keep people interactive and entertained since we are across the world from each other. So playing things like online messenger games, covering storms together are ways that we can get to know each other and just keep, you know, the family atmosphere tight. But that is how you would join our team. And like I said, we're pretty excited because in the next couple of weeks, Don and I will be going to the National Storm Chasers Summit, representing United National Weather Team Australia and America at the event in Dallas, Texas. Well, it's actually in Fort Worth, but Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas. Should be a good time. We are diamond level sponsors of this event. Should be a really good time. There's going to be lots of different presenters there. Reed Timmer, Hank Shima, Tim Marshall, Amaryllis Cotto. She's a hurricane hunter. She flies in the Hurricane Hunter planes here.
You're going to be there, Brandon Montgomery, basically all Team Dominator.
Yeah, all of Team Dominator. Yep, they're presenting. They're actually one of the speakers. So, yep, Team Dominator will be there. So it's going to be a really good time. Last year we had a great time, met a lot of good people, had a great time. This year I'm expecting to do the same thing, just in Texas. So.
There is a good chance that my service is going to cut off when we go south through the state forest, but I will be back in a few moments' time if it does.
Copy that.
So I trust that you and Don can keep the stream running for a few moments if that happens. But for the most part today, we've had pretty good service, like pretty good reception.
We've had really good service for considering, so it's working well.
Considering the last couple of streams, we've had some shockers there, constant cutting off, and there was one chase there.
It's a lot. Now, one thing I can say is when we have the signal, it's ultra clear. It's good, really good. Yeah, I'm just not seeing the tight isobar lines I'd like to see on an event like today, but it doesn't mean it's not going to happen. It just means that the atmosphere has more tricks up its sleeve quite yet. I'm going to go look at the wind shear. It kind of bounces around. Let's go. Height anomaly, I'm going to see. I just want to see the upper dynamics on this thing. Okay, I figured it out. It is that tropical cyclone that is holding the pattern in place to the north. That system to Ben's northwest out in the sea is what's holding all of that down where he's at. That's why it can't move anywhere. That's why it's not going anywhere, because until that system clears out, it won't. Yeah, so it could definitely be a soggy night. I would definitely tell your friends and family that are anywhere near the coast tonight, be ready for extended periods of heavy downpours. Because there's nothing I see that can cut this off, because that hurricane is trying to develop. Just gonna check. Oh, nice hail core south of Black Butte. Also, little Jendawa is gonna get maybe some intense rain and possibly a little hail. Okay. Yeah, that other one is just dissolved, but this little guy is still there.
Cayuga, Collins Creek, Bundy Game, getting ready to get hammered hard.
Oh, hello, Trent. Trent is chasing storms live, Queensland, Australia, QLD, Australia. He just switched accounts. Yep, copy that. So we appreciate your reports. Glad to see you out there as well. Yeah, see, if you were on United National Weather Team, we could have your live cam and we could go back and forth between you and Ben and you and Ben. It's really simple and easy to use, and like we try to help you as well. Like I said, we're trying to do things a little bit different over here. Oh, casino. And look at that. That cell was supposed to hit casino a while ago. It's still building back to the northwest. And Kyogo is getting it now. Ettrick, Horseshoe Creek, Wiangry. They're getting it. Up to the north, Crow's Nest, Murphy's Creek, Grantham, Gatton, get ready. Ooh, some little cells back east of Gundwindi. There's some good cells in the Yellowbond State Forest going towards Inglewood. Yeah, it still just has a due east heading. Like, that's just so strange.
It's coming straight up 42 to Inglewood from Goodawindi.
Yeah, and currently at Toowoomba, now we have a south wind at 4 kilometers an hour. We just had north-northeast. Then we had like east, and now we got south. The inflow on this storm is its worst enemy right now. Because it's pulling in wind it's pulled in wind from 3 different directions so far since we've been watching. And that's not usual in storms. Usually storms pick a heading and go that way. So that's what makes Australian storms to us a mystery, interesting, all of the above. Fascinating just because they develop differently than ours. Storm motions, the way they move, the directions, how they interact with the terrain is different. Those are the things I've been trying to learn, especially since Ben's been on the team and, he's been able to go on these chases with us and take us around. I've been asking, is one point higher than another? Is there mountains here? What features are there? Because those features around you do determine effects. If you live in a more low-lying area, you might be more prone to have flash flooding. You live next to a creek. Whereas somebody who doesn't live next to a creek and is up on high ground probably will never see what you're seeing. So it's all about knowing your risk, knowing what you need to get through. And no one teaches us that. It's not like when you rent a home or buy a home or anything, they teach you, oh, this is what you're supposed to do. Did you know that your house is on a low-lying area? They don't tell you that. And then until the water's all around you. Windshield wipers. Oh yeah, you can tell you're on the in the clouds, but not quite.
Yeah, we're just going through an area of rain at the moment. That was the supercell. It's dried up.
Yeah, it just kind of, I'm telling you, it just literally kind of ate itself. I don't even know how to explain it. It ate itself. That's the best way I can say it. Oh, there was an outflow dominant wind boundary that came out of that. You can see it. And we didn't see that at the time. So a boundary literally came out and then lifted north.
Things on the gateway.
Oh, wow. Yeah, and cells to the north are getting interesting too. I don't think there's any town. Kumingla State Forest. I don't think there's any towns out here, but Kania Gorge National Park, Crimbit Tops National Park. If you're out there, Biloela, like south of Biloela, you might want to get it together. Definitely, like I said, secure outdoor items, furniture. Let's see what the temperatures are on the Sunshine Coast. Currently on the Sunshine Coast, it's 28 degrees C. Northeast wind at 24 kilometers an hour. Ipswich has an east-northeast wind at 11 kilometers an hour at 27 degrees C.
Looks like I got a double inflow and double hook coming in just north of Esk at A17 and 85.
Copy that. And the wind is coming from the north at Brisbane. Oh. Yeah, that looks decent. Yeah, there's definitely going to be some wind in this one at Esk. If you're in Esk, the Dengawar State Forest, if you're in Lockyer National Park, Kaminya, you need to be in your safe place. Lake Wivenhoe.
Ooh.
And then places coming east, D'Aguilar National Park, Somerset Wivenhoe Dams Nature Refuge. All of those areas need to be ready. Red Cedar, Wivenhoe Outlook. As I said before, Kaminya.
Got a good downburst south of Mugara and Mount Alfred.
Copy that. Yeah, these storms are just rotating and they have plenty of juice, but they can't go anywhere.
Look down on B91 towards Bundageem and Collins Creek.
Did we get Ben back?
On B91 at Bundageem and Collins Creek.
Copy that.
Near the west of Border Range National Park.
New donut hole at Dalby again.
Man, that one's still hanging out south of Dalby. Jeez.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, these are just sitting in place. Now, some of the intensities have shifted over different areas.
Is there a power plant over there or something?
We'd have to go do more investigation after this to.
Yeah.
Because sometimes that'll do it. A friend in Michigan, in the United States, had a snowstorm a couple days ago, and I noticed an interesting feature on a satellite loop where it looked like it all of a sudden, like a train of clouds just developed and were really, really strong going across Lake Erie. And I said to her, I said, I bet you it's a power plant. And she goes, oh, I can see those stacks from my house. So power plants do bring, some clouds, could potentially bring in weather. There's also other geothermal operations that could also affect your local weather, moisture, output with certain industries, especially if you're like oil and gas. There are certain things that could affect your local microclimate more than you think. Let's see what we've got here. Go back up at ATAR. so weird that they're all developing to that northwest. I haven't decided if that's just a random feature in Australia or not. We don't claim to be experts. We just like to follow the weather, like to tell you guys where it's at. Also then help people if something does happen or occur. You see that donut hole at Dalby that just is about to get demolished, but it just keeps developing. Let me go check the bomb again. I just like to make sure that we're not getting any extra flood warnings or other concerns right now. Bomb.gov.au. Okay. So, for people in parts of Somerset, Western Downs, Toowoomba, Lockyer Valley, and South Burnett Council areas. Issued at 5:42 p.m. Thursday, the 18th of January, 2024. Heavy rainfall near Crow's Nest spreading east. Bureau of Meteorology warns at 5:30 p.m. severe thunderstorms were likely to produce heavy rainfall that may lead to flash flooding were detected near Dalby and Crow's Nest. These thunderstorms are moving to the east. They are forecast to affect Gatton, Esk, and the area northeast of Dalby by 6 p.m. and the area west of Kilcoy, Moore, and Linville by 6:30. Dalby recorded 52 millimeters in 1 hour to 5:27 p.m. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Steve. Emergency services advise people to park your car undercover away from trees, close doors and windows, keep asthma medications close by. Storms and wind can trigger asthma attacks. Charge mobile phones and power banks in case the power goes out. Put your pet somewhere safe and make sure they can be identified in case they get lost. Do not drive now unless you have to because conditions are dangerous. Tell friends, family, and neighbors in the area and go inside a strong building now. Stay inside until the storm passes. The next warning is due to be issued by 6:45 p.m. A more general severe thunderstorm warning is also current for the Darling Downs, Granite Belt, and parts of the North Tropical Coast, Tablelands, Northern Goldfields, Upper Flinders, Herbert, Lord Berkadin, Central Highlands, Coalfield, Central West, Wide Bay, Burnett, Maranoa, Warrego, and Southeast Coast districts. That's just everywhere, isn't it? Kind of the areas we were talking about earlier along Queensland that, had a few storms for sure. Up by Port Douglas, Cairns, out by Mount Isa, Urandangi, Blackwell, Carnarvon National Park. Okay. A weather situation. A trough is moving over southern Queensland with a very moist tropical air mass in place. Severe thunderstorms have formed this afternoon and should continue to develop and spread further east throughout the evening. Another trough is producing slow-moving severe storms across the wet tropics. Severe thunderstorms are likely to produce heavy rainfall that may lead to flash flooding and damaging winds over the next several hours in the Darling Downs, Granite Belt, and parts of the Central Highlands, Coalfields, Central West, Wide Bay, and Burnett, Maranoa, Warrego, and Southeast Coast districts. Locations which may be affected include Warwick, Toowoomba, Dalby, Kingaroy, Stanthorpe, Goondiwindi, and Ipswich. Severe thunderstorms are likely to produce heavy rainfall that may lead to flash flooding over the next several hours in the North Tropical Coast and Tablelands and parts of the Northern Goldfields, Upper Flinders, Herbert, and Lower Berkadin, Northwest and Peninsula districts. Locations which may be affected include Mount Isa, Port Douglas, Mariba, Dejara, Gelatin, and Redlanch. Significant observations: 52 millimeters in 1 hour to 5:27 p.m. at Dalby. 42 millimeters in a half an hour to 5 p.m. at Gumbunji. 50 millimeters in 30 minutes to 4:24 p.m. at Barangaruk. Emergency services advise people to park your car undercover away from trees. Close doors and windows. Do not drive now. Tell friends and family. Go inside a strong building now. Stay inside until the storm is past. The next warning is due to be issued by 9:10 p.m. If severe thunderstorms develop in the southeast Queensland area, east of Dalby from Rainbow Beach to Stanthorpe, a more detailed severe thunderstorm warning will be issued to people in this area. So that is the update for that. Yeah, everywhere east. Today is the day of the Eastern track. That is for sure. Oh, wow. That cell at Esk is kind of bowing out. It's not going anywhere. Ooh. I really hope that that's radar kickback. Lots of wind in this. Lots and lots of wind. That's wild. Yeah, that cell at Dalby is just like falling apart now. There's gotta be flow on the back end that's eating the storm and flow from the front, but in different directions. Wow. Here we go. Ben's just having a hard time reconnecting because he's probably going through that same area where he got disconnected before. I'm going to assume. You get cut off in that same area, Ben? Yeah, and that one cell we were looking at, it looks like it's starting to try to fizzle out. If I were you, Benny, I would start trying to go east, my friend.
This storm down to the south is going to Telgum, then Springbrook, then the Gold Coast. It's wanting to go to the northeast, going on the southern end of all this.
Large cell at Buda right now as well. If you're at Buna, you're going to be getting torrential rain.
We got a lot of inflow and a lot of outflow on the outside on the east and the west.
That's what I think is making these storms struggle, because we've got so much inflow and so much outflow, it just cannot hold. Not that today isn't ripe for conditions, as we see. These storms have popped up from just popcorn variety showers to literally, you know.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering if that's not what's ripping them apart.
Celebrities are boosting their
Basically,
metabolism in 20.
oh goodness, but basically just shearing off these storms. Oh, we lost Ben. Do we have radar still? Welcome back, Ben.
Still around, Scarlett?
Copy that. We are all still here.
So, hey.
Let's see. Just checking on a few things. I haven't checked on messages since we've been around. I just want to kind of check on some things. But yeah, everything's kind of developing east today, which I think is interesting. Typically, it's not usually the go. Storms aren't usually developing and back building to the northwest. But there's some form of shear that's coming from the north and from its south. And I want to even say, like, southeast, that's just ripping into it. Cells are able to develop, but nothing's able to thrive. Oh, and now at Toowoomba, we have a 20 kilometer per hour north wind. I'm telling you. It's been insane tonight to see how many times this wind is going to change directions and how fast. At Ipswich, we have a northeast wind at 9 kilometers an hour. And then at Brisbane North at 26 kilometers an hour. So now we're pulling in all the north wind down. We were taking east, We were taking east-northeast. We took some west winds for a while at Toowoomba, but now it's straight down north. And which is interesting about that is that's what I think is stopping it from developing. If you look at the models and what's developing up out in the what is that over there? The Coral Sea. Is that the Coral Sea, Ben?
Yeah, it sure is.
Coral Sea. With this new tropical cyclone. Yeah, it is. Okay. I did not know Australia before I really met you. Like, I knew where Australia was. I could probably tell you where a few places were on the map. But as far as knowing their position, no. Now, if Australia had more earthquakes, I'd probably know that, but they didn't, so they weren't on my radar. But because of that development in the Coral Sea, I believe that that wind is pushing straight down and affecting the shear and stopping these storms from developing. And there's no real low pressure center besides to the north. So there is an actual low pressure that is trying to develop basically south of the AMIS radar. And that's kind of where this thing is going to develop. The second low after the one that comes out in the Coral Sea comes. So they're talking about a couple of different opportunities for tropical cyclones, but I think that those two factors that are already gearing up are affecting us now. Because we have no low pressure for this system necessarily. We don't necessarily have tight isobars. So really today is more about moisture and wind shear. Just gonna take a little look around Australia really quick. Oh, at Mount Isa, they're getting some good storms right now.
That is one thing you've gotten wrong today, Scarlett. It's Mount Isa. Just for
What?
future
Thank you. Well, Mount Isa is getting east-northeast wind at 20 kilometers an hour, and they are getting some intense storms right now.
Yes, Mount Isa, Mount Isa, Isa. The whole point was the I, not the E.
Yep. Copy that. So there's definitely, and that is where AMTH's radar, that's about where they have that low developing. So that's very interesting. So this could be the beginning of a low pressure that affects others. It could turn into something tropical. Alice Springs cells have kind of died off. There's just some garden variety popcorn showers out there. Clear pretty much everywhere else. Few cells south of Port Hedland. Quite a few radar stations down too. Now that could just be the product I'm using right now. Does not mean that the actual radar is down. There's an AWOO radar. AWOO. How far down have we gotten? Were cells able to develop? Okay, so they did do 100% has to be the shear. If you look at those cells that were done by AGRA earlier in Gold Coast and back by ANAM that were developing the south at Amor even, all of those cells have gotten eaten up and just basically dissipated. There is such a strong shear coming into these systems that they can't hold together. That's what's happening. The wind is shearing them out. They're coming with a force, but the wind from the ocean is shearing them out, basically canceling out all their strength. Because look at it. It's all falling apart.
Yep.
Everything is falling apart. It's an interesting setup. I don't necessarily, everybody will say it's a bust or whatever it is, but you cannot predict that you have all the features. And this is a good example of you can have everything in your favor and something comes and changes it. Because I was not understanding the development of this. Now, I don't have the deep meteorological knowledge that I probably need to understand it. But what I do know is when I watch these things and we watch wind directions change constantly, and I'm watching the direction it's coming in at on one side of the storm where I'm seeing inflow and outflow, and it keeps changing throughout the duration of the storm over many hundreds of kilometers, we have an issue. Because that means that the storm is getting sheared out. So it's a good, like I said, again, it's a good example of you can have everything go in your favor, but if the shear that's coming in is coming in and undercutting the atmosphere and basically destroy, it's like building a block tower and somebody comes and or a sand castle and somebody keeps kicking it over, or an ocean wave comes and keeps washing it down. There's nothing you can do. You either ought to build it farther back, and then that's it, or you don't build it at all, or you keep having your storm destroyed, for the euphemism. So this wind is just going to keep pushing these storms and undercutting the whole systems. Now, I wonder if there's some inflow coming from the south in. Now this has got me curious because I just have a feeling it's coming from also the south. Like the southwest.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. I just have a feeling about that. I won't know for a few more. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. There's oh yeah, exactly what it is. Okay. So the upper level winds are spread, and then as we go, it uppercuts and picked this rain up. Yeah, so there is a pull of wind coming in from the southwest up. Well, and it would be going to them. to the northwest from that direction. But there is wind coming from the southwest into the system. So that's why on radar, it looks so disorganized on the back end. It looks like there's so much open space and things are allowing to come in because that is actual wind shear coming in. That's what that is. That's why there's no like middle of the storm. That's why anywhere from like Gundawindi, Nobby, Warwick, they haven't got too much because they're pulling in all of the inflow winds that are coming from, down by Adelaide in and up. So very interesting how this storm has developed today. And I don't know Australian storms 100%. I'd have to go and learn the fundamentals and really research how their storms function and are set up. But as far as learning how to do it from a perspective of, and not everybody could do what I'm doing either. Please do not try to do this, because I became a journalist who then worked with Cajun Navy, who learned how to be able to specialize in helping people through remote resources.
We have some fresh development of storms around the Meandara, Sharat area, or just to the west of Glenmorgan, or south of Condamine, which we will potentially be intercepting shortly.
Copy. Let's see what we got. Oh, yeah. There is one little guy that's hanging out. Lift up, little guy. Lift up. But look at those two in... Oh! There it is. There it is. You can see the actual flow of the wind on ATAR. You can see when the winds changed at the beginning of 14 frames, and you can see where winds were coming from both directions and just choked off the storms. Oh, it's hot up at Rockhampton. 30 C. That's hot.
I put something in the newsroom you ought to look at, Charlotte.
Copy that. Is it important? Is it that imperative?
Seven hours ago.
And where?
In the newsroom.
Copy that. Yeah, we'll talk about that later. We will talk about that later. Let's see. We've got a few. I'm going to go back down and see if I can. It says Friday, right? For Ben.
It's begun.
just going to pull off in a couple of minutes and have a gander at this fresh development.
Copy that. Yeah, and definitely something to keep an eye on, Ben, is that for my cyclone modeling, as it makes its descent down towards Queensland, there is a time where this storm gets 936 millibars.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, of course. We'll be watching it closely, but we need to watch it over the weekend as model data becomes more accurate, so to
If
speak.
this thing makes a wobble, I'm going to tell you right now, from what I see, and I've done this for many years, this is my specialty. If this thing wobbles too much, if we get too many steering winds, which is very possible because a lot of things like to whoosh into the coral sea, if we get too many steering winds on this, this will come dead right in, and this will not be good. But what it shows, okay, so modeling now, the models I can see, and there are multiple systems that will come try to sweep the Queensland coast. But all of them so far do not show any landfall.
Copy that.
So that's good. But they do show flirting with the coast. And two separate ones flirt with the coast. And close enough in where there would be effects. Not that you'd be seeing the eye effects, but that there would be effects. So, like I said, we've got the first one that's going to kind of start messing with maybe like the south of Townsville and then come down towards your area. And then it's going to, oh, what day is that? Okay, hold on. What day is that? Let's go back. Okay, hold on. The 12 Zulu run on January 25th shows at one point it turns into one big like system. It latches onto the system with the geopotential height over the continent and becomes one big mass for a day and then breaks off. So it kind of feeds it, and then hopefully that will steer it out to basically the southeast of you. But it looks like it just flirts with the coast all the way down. Like Gold Coast is in play, Coffs Harbor, quite a few of those coastal towns would be in the thick of it.
Copy that.
Western Australia, there is a cyclone that just develops right off the coast that comes in and is going to create havoc over there as well.
That's right.
Okay, that's this one now. Okay, there she is. Oh, and there's a low off of east of Tasmania that could be pulling some of this system. This could be driving the weather today. This makes a lot more sense. Let's see. trying to look at some soundings right now to try to see what we've got. Let's see. I'm just trying to see if I can see any steering wind patterns. Ah, I wish this thing would work with me. It's not giving me what I need. Mm. Serious wind anomalies right now. What do we got going on, Ben?
Yeah, I'm getting tired.
Copy that, Don. If you need to head out, that is
It's got
totally fine.
some fresh developments happening over here to our southwest. We're just north of Condamine at the moment, so we're just going to wait. Just
Yeah.
having a break for 5 minutes just because we've been driving for so long
Oh,
now.
yeah.
So we're just going to sit and just take 5 and wait a couple of radar scans and see what these storms do. Otherwise, we're going to blast that way and try get over the try get onto some stuff over to our southeast,
Yeah.
or sort of Darling Downs, Southern Darling Downs, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, this is definitely us for the
Oh,
time
yeah.
being.
That's an interesting little cell that's down there. Yeah.
Yeah. Just got to be careful of
And since
snakes
it's
here.
going at the northwest, a lot of these cells are, you know what I mean? You might actually see some development come right to you.
Exactly, and that's what we're waiting for.
Yeah, I'd
Just
wait
north of
for it.
Condamine here.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. So it's just south of Condamine now. It's down on the 87 is where this line is. You might be able to see some other clouds that you might think is the line, but it's behind that. Yeah, see, I can see those. And then behind that, yeah. Beautiful views, though.
Yeah, it is a nice little spot here to pull up.
Isn't it? All we need now is like a kangaroo just jumping by. That'd be great.
Oh, don't say that, because we'll probably hit one. It's getting on dusk.
Oh,
And
they're
they'll
like
be
deer.
around.
Oh, I'd be so sad if we hit a kangaroo. Don't say that. I just said I wanted to see one, like one pop out from the trees, like right now. Like, hey, I'm going to my house. Like, that'd be great.
We might just get the tripod set up here for a couple of minutes.
Yeah. That's a really beautiful place. Don, if you're fading out, you can definitely go to bed.
Okay. But anyway, Figured I'd stay up a little longer so we could talk about what I put in the newsroom.
I get that, but we might not be done here for a while, Don.
Oh, I hear you.
Copy that. Ooh, my leg. Operator errors. We need like a NASCAR pit crew when we're doing these type of like lives. Like we need somebody to like bring us drinks and food and like re-up our stuff. Like
Well, we're pretty well
make
loaded
me
up with
stand
some.
up every hour. Remind me not to sit in crazy positions while I'm doing this, and you know, I need that. Oh, okay. Ooh, what's that? What kind of animal is that?
I believe a bird, a crow, probably more than likely.
Crows don't sound like that. That's us. But interestingly enough, so you are currently north of Condamine?
Condamine.
Copy that.
North of Condamine.
Yeah, that. Whatever that. That's a crow?
I don't think that one's a crow, no. Not
Yeah.
too sure exactly what that is. I should know, but
It's laughing at us and talking about us. Hmm.
Haven't seen any birds at all.
I know. I'm sure there are birds. Birds aren't real. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, we can't see the sky. We're pointed down. We can only see the ground right now, Ben.
it shouldn't be.
Well, it is.
Okay, well, I'm looking at the sky through my lens. Give me
I know,
one
but you gotta
moment.
just tip us up because we can't see. We're looking at the ground. The camera view we have, we're looking on the ground.
But not for me. Like, my camera view is not showing the ground. I'll turn that off and then maybe back on again. Did that help?
No, can you tip it? Can you just maybe go up more than what you think you need to go up?
Well, like that. That's the sky.
Yeah, but hold on. It didn't change for me yet.
Oh.
Let's see. Nope. Everybody good? We didn't get kicked out? We're good? I was just trying to scroll through some things to see what we got.
So how's the camera looking now? Because it looks fine on the actual live stream manager on the computer there.
Yeah.
Copy. Can you... honestly, at this point, I'm not even going to trust myself because I can't see the sky. So can you see the sky, Don, on your end?
See the what?
Sky on Benny's on your end.
Yes, I can.
Copy that. I don't know. It must be mine then. I apologize, Ben. Give me 1 second. Nope, gorgeous. Got it. Good. Perfect. I don't know why it does that to me, but it's fine. I'm gonna screenshot this so I can like prove why I said what I said.
Yeah, we've definitely got lots of development in here, moving up towards the northeast. So we might need to make a move soon to get out up towards Cecil Plains sort of area.
That's what I'm
Cecil
thinking.
Plains.
It's gonna be a good night bolt type situation.
Oh, yes.
Night bolts everywhere.
It's going to be a good pub steak situation, particularly PDS, particularly dangerous steak. That's what I'm feeling.
Linville, Kilcoy, and Esk are just getting hammered. Hammered with rain. About to come into Bow Desert. Just left Boona. Aratula. You're getting hammered with rain right now. Calbar. Tyalgum. Stoker Siding, Crystal Creek, Cedar Creek, Commissioners Creek, Dune. We have fun here and we like fun town names, so you got to bear with us here when I see a fun, cool town name like Dune. We have to keep ourselves entertained somehow. Nightcap National Park. Look at that. See, Don, I knew someone would get it. That's the whole thing. We have to keep ourselves sane here, and that's how we do it.
Well, what we're going to do here is we're going to stand by here for another 5 or so minutes and just watch this gorgeous storm developing here south of Condamine, and then we're going to reposition to stay in front of it.
Copy that. Yeah, today's shear is just ate up the environment for storms. Not that storms weren't there, not that storms weren't developing. Now it's starting to get a bi-lobe type of situation where the northern part is strengthening and the southern part is strengthening, and it's got so much shear. You know, if you look at it on AMR radar,
certainly not a bust day at all, regardless. So sorry to interrupt.
Oh, go ahead.
Because regardless, look, we've got a gorgeous scene right here with the sun setting amongst this beautiful high precipitation storm here south of Condamine. There will be lots of lightning visible in it shortly, but as for now, I'd say the sun's a little bit bright on the top edge of that base there, top edge of that anvil. But yeah, straight up, not a bust day at all. Like, we're testing out new equipment, which has been, so far, it's been great. Besides that one little cutoff there, that would have just been a real poor area with no cell towers at all. But for the most part, we've remained connected, haven't we? So
yeah, we have. Yeah, that one little area on the A5 when you were going towards Wanduan, that was it. Like that. Gurulmundi State Forest. So everybody, Gurulmundi State Forest, you get absolutely zero signal. Just know that. So if you want to go off grid, that's the place to go because no one can reach you.
Pretty much.
Yep. Or it could have been the Binky State Forest 1 or Chirwanda State Forest.
We are just going to leave this scene set up here for another 5 minutes or so.
I am just going to get a couple of devices put on charge and a few things rearranged in the
Copy that.
vehicle here, and I think it'll be safe enough to get a move on. These storms are very slow moving, so I'm not
They
worried.
really are. And you know what I
That was a
think?
good bolt.
You know what I think we're going to be able to get even on the way back too, is as you come back down that A2, there's going to be lightning off to the left and the right.
Should be lots and lots of lightning around tonight.
That's what I mean, especially on both sides of the road, though.
It's a beautiful
You'll
sunset.
probably have it pretty much going both sides, and you'll kind of be riding the tail back with it. Hey, those cells to the north are getting really intense. So those cells that I talked about earlier at Billowella, I don't know how to say that, but that's Billowella. We're going to go there. Crumbit Tops National Park, Kumingala State Park, Monto, Mulgildy. You want to be in your safe place. Belmont State Forest. There are some really intense cells that have popped up and have just conglomerated in that area. So definitely take care and be taking precautions. Let's see. Oh, Kingaroy, Linville. Linville, you are getting it right now. More. Next up, Squirrel Creek State Forest. So it looks like a lot of forest land. Jimna, you get ready for some big rains. Nanango, get ready for some big rains. Won't be as long as your friends further east in Linville, but you're going to get some heavy rain yourself. Just an update, Ben. Oh, look at that. That is gorgeous. We need to full screen that. Screen. Look at that. Oh my gosh, amazing. Look at that. That's beautiful. Ooh, I think it looks like a little prairie dog or something, Don. Me and Don always look at clouds and then try to pick out cloud animals. But do you see it, Don? It looks like a little prairie dog. Like, see where the sun is? And then look to the right. And then it's got a tail. And it looks like a prairie dog.
Yep.
Our stream has been very chaotic tonight, but it works. We usually have more flow, but tonight we're not flowing. And that's because honestly my hip has been killing me all night. So that's been an issue for sure. We do have rains going all the way down through the Gold Coast. South of Bow Desert, Coralbin, Rathdowney, Calbar, Aratula, Boona's about to get it again, Mount Alfred, Mugra, they're all about to get some extremely heavy rainfall, if not pockets of hail. I am seeing some indications of pockets of hail on the Boona Fastafern Road outside of Calbar and north of the Cunningham Highway as well.
Kilcoy is about ready to get a hell court.
Kilcoy? I wasn't looking there, but we can go up there. And look at how the scans are, which I guess they can't see, but for your and I's knowledge, if you notice how the scans, looks like it keeps just taking chunks off of the shear of the layers of storms. If we wouldn't have had this negative shear, it could have been a very dangerous day. If there wasn't something undercutting these storms to the fullest like they are, and it still could get dangerous. I'm not saying that the danger is potentially over, but it could have been worse today. With how much energy these storms have been able to develop and sustain and hold in place.
Look at that gorgeous, gorgeous colors. I'm not sure if you can see the.
No, I know we can't see it like we should be able, like with our eyeballs, because we don't have, like the camera does, but it looks amazing, Ben.
Wow, I'm going to get a couple of shots of this to edit up later. Wow.
Hope your car's running with the headlights on.
They've been driving all day. Look at that, though. That's beautiful. You can see like pinks and peaches. I'm sure it even looks like red in real life. You got all the layers of clouds. What a beautiful sight.
It is gorgeous out here.
That is beautiful, though. Layers of the clouds. You're on like the edge of the on the edge of the cell that I'm seeing. I think I could almost pinpoint where you are creepily enough on a map. It's really bad that I'm getting that good. That's all I have to say about that. How did we get those? Oh, really? Oh. In other American news that is not Australian related, Don, we have a flash flood watch outside of Chicago.
We got what?
A flash flood watch outside of Chicago.
Oh, wow.
For the sudden shifting or breakup of an ice jam is possible. The lower Kankakee River from near Wilmington downstream to the confluence of the Illinois River, including portions of Grundy and Will counties until further notice.
Oh, wow.
Dangerous ice flows or shifting of ice may damage structures along the shore. Additional roads and streets may be flooded.
Yeah, it will.
A significant ice jam is located on the Kankakee River near the confluence with the Illinois River just upstream of Wilmington. The ice jam is holding back a significant amount of water. Sudden shifting or breaking of ice may occur at any time over the next several days, which could cause new flooding with limited advanced notice. And I mean, we're talking just south, like south of Joliet. Illinois. Oh, wow. I just wondered where we got a warning from because we've been, on air quite a while. Yeah, and some of our temperatures for you guys over there, since I have my Omega set to Celsius, is in the air we're looking at right now, it would be negative 9 degrees Celsius. Currently. Negative 12 at Rochelle, but this is Celsius. Milwaukee is negative 13. Where I am is negative 22 Celsius. Where Dawn is currently, let's go see where Dawn is currently. Where Dawn is currently, it is negative 12 degrees C. And I don't believe that's the coldest temperature in America tonight. I'm sure we can find colder. Maybe not. What did I say? I was negative 20 something? I see a negative 27.
Looks like a spaceship coming in.
That might be about the coldest that I see around. But yeah. Oh, negative 22, I said here. Oh, I got negative 32 here. So it might be colder in Minnesota. Hibbing and Virginia are negative 32, negative 31. I'm sure Canada's colder, but I don't count them. But it has been pretty chilly over here in America for us. Even by my standards, it's been pretty cold. I know you've been cold, Don.
What a sunset.
I wish we could see it because I know it's so much better.
Yeah, it's gorgeous out here. I just wish you guys could see the true colours.
I know. I wish you could too.
You can't really see it unless you're looking at it through a phone.
Yeah.
This way it's like the opposite. You can't really see it unless you're looking at it through your eye.
You through your eyes. Yep. Exactly. It is the opposite of aurora. You're absolutely right, Ben, because a lot of times with aurora, people think, whether it's australis or borealis, and that you can just see it. Oh, I see it. No, sometimes it just looks like gray clouds and it doesn't always translate. But when you take that camera, it makes this beautiful picture. Well, because certain color profiles and tones cannot be seen by our rods and cones to the same degree that these colors in the sunset can only be captured by our rods and cones that way and do not show up in a picture.
That's right.
That is absolutely right. What was I going to? Oh, I was checking something. Yeah, just absolutely gorgeous. Beautiful. What
That is
lifestyle?
one thing they're going to have to get out and do, though, on the off season, when we come back from tornado season, is we're going to organise a trip down to either Melbourne or Tasmania, and we're going to go see Aurora Australis.
Aurora Australis. UNWT Aurora Australis. Let's go. I can forecast the Australis. Now, I'm not as good at the Australis as I am the Aurora, but I just need to be in the place where I need to be, and I'll know. Put me on Tasmania, and then we'll talk. And then we got to get our buddy Darren to come, too. We'll bring him back home, too.
Yeah, that's true.
That's where he's from. That's his homeland. Oh, they have a few cells down there, too. Right now, they just got a little bit of rain. They probably had something earlier at Hobart. I was telling everybody how cold it was here.
Oh yeah, would have been. Especially like Alberta in Canada. That would have been freezing.
But
Oh, you got some lightning up ahead of you, Benny.
I am Alberta now. Like,
Yep, there sure is.
currently in Alberta, we got negative 22, negative 27. No, it's the same. It's negative 22 at my house, Ben.
Wow.
Sure.
Fort McMurray, negative 25. I don't think we get anything up by Yellowknife, so that's the farthest north that we can get temperatures there. But yeah, negative 20. Yeah, so it's about the same. We're no colder than Canada tonight, at least.
Yeah, wow.
Oh, wait, no, Winnipeg. Winnipeg has this beat. And then Saskatoon. By northeast of Regina, you have negative 30, negative 30, negative 31. And then in Brandon, negative 30.
Ooh.
Yeah, pretty chilly.
Cold. Too cold for this, man.
Weak. Y'all are weak. Weak individuals. No, I have to pick on you guys because I live where it's cold. It's negative 22. Get with it.
Just a wee bit way too cold.
I mean, wouldn't we all like to be on the beach? But we can't always get what we want, friends.
True.
I don't know. I've been thinking about this, like, now that I'm an adult and I can actually do what I want and things, I've thought about it. Like, do I want to move anywhere else than where I live? In Minnesota? Probably not. I like where I live. I like the seasons changing. I like the people. I like the scenery. Do I enjoy going other places, seeing other things? Absolutely. But would I change my home base? Probably not. Like, would I like to live where it's warm every day? Yeah, that's great. But I also like seeing weather in all its forms too. So living in a place where I get to see everything: tornadoes, snow, hail, grapple, you name it, I got it.
Yep.
The only weather phenomenon I do not see here is a hurricane. That's it. I can't think of, and maybe like an avalanche. But other than that, like, that's it. I get to see everything else: wind, rain, snow, sleet, hail. I'm here for it. So I enjoy living here. So as far as somebody who's into weather, yeah, you have to deal with the cold, but isn't that the fun of being a part of the weather, the extremes? Isn't it the fun to brag, to say, oh, I'm colder than you are? My town's the coldest town. It's what we all have done as people since the beginning of time. Truly,
Yeah.
I'm sure. As soon as we figured out how to measure things, we were like, whose town's warmer? My town's warmer than yours. At night, I sleep so well. Oh, I'm so cold. This is how it started. So I think that at the end of the day, when it comes down to it, you just kind of have to be happy in your choices and decisions. I think a lot of times, if you don't take time to slow down for those moments, like tonight, take 5 minutes to slow down to look at the sunset. You know, many people, and this is something I want to change in our industry too. Many people would come off a chase like today and be like, it was a bust. We saw no NATOs. There were no, you got no nope ropes. You know, like you struck out. And I don't see it as that. Every time that we go out, whether it's for personal hobby, as a mission,
Yeah.
it gives us more information.
Yep.
Shows us how storms are going to act and react. Gives us another time to just quantify the data.
That's right.
This type of science is such a moving, it's like it's a cog with so many moving parts. It's not like other industries that are cut and dry. You know, like let's say medicine, you know, they figure out a medication works, they figure out how much you can take, this or that, and that's it. With us, our daily limits and extremes are changing every day. Its parameters are changing every day. New phenomenon are happening all the time that have to make us interpret how this works differently now. None of us have been on the earth since it was here. There are a lot of cyclical events and otherwise, you know, one-off events that occur on earth that we just can't predict. And so I want people to think about this. If you're still here with us, you know, tonight, be a little bit kinder to your forecasters and weather people. There is so much data that they are using that they have to use on a daily basis, that they have to use on a rolling basis, that there's no other industry quite like it that takes daily rolling basis information to make choices. One could also be like the stock market, would be another close comparison of how much data you actually need and then how much is going back and forth between data. Give people a little bit of a grace. We're in a time on Earth where things are changing to extremes we've never even seen, that we can't quantify necessarily and say this is normal. We need to give ourselves some grace, because we could come into a time where we could come into a season where there are storms that make us lose everything. I think it's time to just really start to focus on, as communities come together and as people, how do we want to treat each other? Remember, everybody on this earth has a job. And how do you want to treat each other?
Couldn't have said that any better.
Well, it's true, Beth, because I'm just concerned at this point. Like, I've just been seeing a lot of vitriol with people about the weather people. Like, why can't they get it right? Why are they always wrong? Why did it rain at my neighbor's house and it didn't rain at my house? And there's a lot of factors involved. If your area of the atmosphere, something decides, let's say wind shear decides to come and cut off all access, guess what? Now you don't get rain. It's that simple. But people don't want to hear that either. But yet they know that the wind moves outside around them. They see things move when the wind blows. But cannot fathom how that same wind could push away storms or change the direction of them. There's got to be some way as a young person, we could try to capture young people's minds to help them understand storms and what to prepare for better. It seems like you're only as good as the family you came out of. And that's not like a diss or anything. It's just like not everybody is prepared. So the world acts as if everybody's been taught, but no one's really been taught how to react to storms, how to interact with storms. And that's got to change. People are always wondering why my weather app is wrong, why this is wrong, why that. Why don't we have a basic fundamental weather knowledge for kids?
Sounds like a good plan.
I mean, honestly, it's something we deal with every day. It's something we should have been taught. I'm sure it's something that if you went back to like First Nations or things like that, they were taught.
Yeah.
You know, they were taught, like, if the wind is doing this, you do this. You know, there was cause and effect. And now we're not teaching our people cause and effect, and we're wondering why they get hurt when the weather goes bad. But we're not teaching them what happens. You know, this is why people drive through floods. If we taught people as little kids, you never, ever, ever drive through a flood no matter what, and show them videos of people getting stuck or washed away or flash floods, how many kids would actually try to drive through that? Less. If you explained why, if you explained the what, there would be less people. It's hard to try to train the whole world up now. But I think there's a way we could try to train the younger generation.
Yeah.
And train people in our communities from a grassroots level so that they can have the education necessary so it doesn't have to be scary. So they don't have to distrust their weather person.
Right.
They can be in charge of the information. Yeah, you can come to groups like ours as well. But I think at the end of the day, because weather is something that literally affects everyone every day and affects how you go out of your house, how you work, how you play, it encompasses your whole life.
Yep.
You know, it is the music of which your life plays. You know, if it's sunny, that's going to determine your story. If it's rainy, it's going to determine your story. It's just the way it goes. Now let's just take a quick check of radar. Hopefully we will get Ben back.
Yeah, that's like when the wind picks up and the tree leaves start getting brighter. That means the leaves are turning over because they're expecting moisture. And
Right.
My granddad told me that happens that way because it's going to be raining within 10 to 15 minutes.
See?
And then the wind picks up and then you got 5 to 10.
See? Those little nuances that we learned that we might have thought were quirks from our grandparents or that didn't mean anything actually means so much more than people think.
Oh, yeah.
You know, the old timers in your area, they'll tell you of storms past where they came through. If you really pay attention, they know more than what people like to think.
Yeah.
And so we need to start thinking about those little tips and tricks that our grandparents and elders told us about things in nature. People need to be more observant. Do we have radar? Yes, we do. Is it fantastic? Yes, but not in Australia. No offense. But should we rely on that? No. Because what if your phone breaks? Let's say you're out somewhere. Let's not even say it's like end of the world apocalypse scenario. Let's just say you're out somewhere, your phone breaks. And now now you see some dark clouds. And now you see all these other things going on. What do you do? That's what I need people to start thinking. Like, if you didn't have a phone, if you didn't have access to any internet, you're out and about, you start seeing dark clouds, you start seeing skies turn green, start seeing clouds moving real fast, swirling. Would you know what to do? Would you know, yes, this is a tornado. Yes, this is this threat. We all need to be able to start, at the very least, why I say we need to start training kids to be able to visually verify what we're seeing.
Yeah.
Old timers could do it. 100 years ago, they'd be like, oh, we smell a twister's coming, because they were in tune with the land around them. We've become so disconnected, and that is more than just a euphemism, but we literally have become disconnected from art, from nature, from people, from society. It's very defragmented at this point. And that prevents us from making that connection and understanding these simple nuances around you. Like you said, I've seen, now I can't say 100% that the leaf, the leaf flip thing is true, but I have seen it a few times in my life where it has lined up exactly when rain is coming. And plants might be able to sense that. There'd be a barometric pressure change. There'd be an electrical change because there could be lightning in the vicinity, or at least close to, where they can feel that vibration or frequency. It makes sense to me. You got radar? I'm going to put radar up real quick, okay? There we go.
Daniel Lutsky.
Well, you could take that down. Take that. Okay. Yes, Don. Cool. I was gonna take this down. Okay. I'm trying to remind myself what. Okay, I need banner down. Okay. I'm just gonna take a quick check of radar again. There is still some popcorn variety showers on Wargo. ATAR has capped itself out. Do you see that, Don?
Yeah.
It capped itself out. Yeah, I mean, the atmosphere was so ready for it, but the shear coming in, just think about it like slicing layers, or almost like drilling or aerating a cake. If anybody's ever, these people will understand. So, hey, Australia, you guys have eaten like an Aero bar before, right? The chocolate with the little bubbles inside. Think of it like that is what kind of happened today, because the wind came in and created all of these bubbles inside. It basically popped the atmosphere, and nothing was able to substantially develop off of that because the shear was just too great to try to stay together. Like, it's like if you kept just pushing air into that Aero bar until it literally almost popped. Like, you can only fit so much air in there before it explodes. to some degree, or implodes on itself, or the bubbles start popping inward and outward and inward and outward.
Yeah.
But that's kind of what happened today with these cells. Everything was in place. Storms had juice. They had temperatures to back it up. And that just didn't happen. Ooh.
A lot of rain, though, and a lot of lightning.
I know, and there is a good clip. Is this moving east? Still? No, it's moving to the northeast. Sunny coast. Sunny
Yep.
coast. Get your ears up. Get your ears up. Yeah, because there's a donut hole at Mount Me that's pushing it away and it's going to push that up towards maybe even Nambour. Could even be Kenilworth. But you are in for a night of storms until these reach the coast, friends. Yeah, Sunshine Coast, get ready. Because these aren't going to have that shear, but they are going to have the forward motion now.
Yep.
Because they're coming from where the shear came from. 20 kilometers an hour to the north wind at the Sunshine Coast still. And these storms are still able to develop off of that, basically going against it. And kind of pulling it towards it. I'm going to go check the bomb and see if we got any updates on anything. I doubt it. Peak Crossing, those cells south of Ipswich are pretty intense. Bow Desert's getting it again. Pimpama is getting it right now.
Yep.
Storms all the way down to Skenner's Head, Lennox Head, Broken Head. Why are they all heads? We need Benny so we can ask. Now I'm going to be researching why these places are called that. I feel like that's very pirate-esque.
Well, right there, Bow Desert, trying to make a hook there.
Is it?
See it? Right there?
I see a donut. Look again. Last frame, donut.
Yeah.
I see what you saw. But it...
right before it went to that.
Yep.
On the last scan.
I know exactly what scan made you feel that way.
Yep.
But yeah, now that these storms are reaching out to the north of Kingroy, Linville, Kilcoy, these are starting to get some the atmosphere has been destabilized south mostly all day.
Yeah.
But there could be a nice little area for development up here. Stony Creek is getting it right now. Woodford, Glenford, or Winya, which is really Ben's neck of the woods.
Boonah.
Boona's south. That's down by Bow Desert. 20 kilometers to the north. The Sunshine Coast. Hold on. I'm going to see. I did not put it on velocity to see if we have any rotation. Do we have some pockets of rotation at Kilcoy?
Well, they got Logan's Village in Australia. I wonder if they got Logan's Run.
Maybe.
Oh.
Yeah, for the most part, it looks like these are going to be garden variety showers. But for the people I'm going to tell you right now, coastal areas, you're going to be the ones who need to be alert still before these leave. Everywhere, Brisbane West has had storms all day, destabilizing their atmosphere. You have not. So your atmosphere is untapped. Therefore, it could get the juice it needs to develop and strengthen.
Yeah.
So the cell at Kingaroy, Linville, Kilcoy, I'm expecting to go to the northeast. So we're talking Recalba, Mount Me, Beerwa. It's gonna hit Caboolture, Clundra. You know, been at home. Hopefully kitties are good. The second one is south of Ipswich. This Ipswich cell, as it moves east through the Gold Coast, this is also going to cause a problem. They're also super saturated. These are the places that got the rain over Christmas and all that. Now, yeah, it's a month later now, but still, you know, a month of oversaturation and you have a good clip like this. Like, these are some good cells. I mean, this is big swaths of heavy rain.
Right there, northeast of Beachmont, you can see that clear.
Yeah, you can see that there is a south of Mount Tambourine. There's some hellacious winds.
Wow.
You will be getting, you're going to be in a wind tunnel effect basically if you're on the 84 or the 97.
Yeah.
Or even going on the 90. Bow Desert, Nerang Road. Any one of those. It's just going to be a wind tunnel for you.
Yeah.
Very strong winds. I mean, the whole thing has inflow, outflow. It has no structure. It's got strong winds.
Coming off the radar right there at Beachmont and Springbrook, coming just panning straight through. You see it?
It could be a line sight issue too. Like, it could be like, you know how that, well, you didn't get to see it. When we were in Oklahoma, the one that's out by Waukeeta is like literally almost on the ground. And it's like, what can you see on the ground? So it could be like that.
Yeah. Kind of like the picture of the clouds I took the other day, showing those beams off the radar.
Oh, crispicular rays, you mean?
Yeah.
That's a different effect. That's crispicular rays.
Dang, it's 3:43. I got to get up in a couple hours.
Well, if that's the case, then let's do a quick analysis rundown of what we've got. Like I said, which we've kind of been doing the last few minutes anyway.
Yeah.
But let's just go through one kind of final one. How about you? Let's go out to a larger view of Australia right now, where you kind of come back and zoom out.
Like there?
If we look at ABMS, yeah, if we can see Sunshine Coast, Kingaroy, Dalby, basically we'll be able to see almost all the storms at once. Because they're pretty much all right there on ABMS. Like I said, Sunshine Coast, get ready. This isn't done yet. It's still got to get to you.
Gold Coast.
Sunshine and Gold Coast, get ready. Also, Brisbane.
Yep.
So coastal areas need to get ready. Oh, I was going to check the bomb. That's what I was going to do.
I just put it on AMAR from ABMS, and it shows the rest.
Yeah, see, that's what I wanted to show. So those two pockets of interest, because they split off, so they were conglomerating and working together earlier. They were not separate.
Yep.
The fact once they separated, because I saw that wind flow come through and basically shear it out, it created two levels of storm. Now the northern tier, I should have checked wind directions in the southern tier. I'll do that in a second. For the northern tier, like I said, we're worried about Sunshine Coast, points around that area. Southern, we're worried about Gold Coast and Brisbane. This should move offshore later tonight through the overnight hours. There could be some residual guarded variety showers. There are still storms developing, nothing severe down the lines. Okay, let's see what we got. Let's see. Oh, we did get some new. Okay, we did get a new. Okay. What time is it there? Let me just. This one. For people in the North Tropical Coast and Tablelands, Darling Downs, Granite Belt, Southeast Coast, and parts of northern Goldfields, Upper Flinders, Herbert, Lower Burkett, Northwest, Central Highlands, Coalfield, Central West, Channel Country, Wide Bay, Burnett, Maranoa, Warrego, and Peninsula forecast districts. A weather situation. A trough is moving over southern Queensland with very moist tropical air mass in place. Severe thunderstorms have formed this afternoon and should continue to develop and spread further east throughout the evening. Another trough is producing slow-moving severe storms in the wet tropics. Various dangerous thunderstorms are likely to produce heavy, locally intense rainfall that may lead to dangerous and life-threatening flash flooding over the next several hours in parts of the North Tropical Coast and Tablelands District. Which locations which may be affected include Mariba, Mossman, and Gelatin. And that's the North Tropical Coast and Tablelands. Down is like Port Douglas, Cairns, that area way up there. Severe thunderstorms are likely to produce heavy rainfall that may lead to flash flooding over the next several hours in the North Tropical Coast, Tablelands, parts of the North Goldfields, Upper Flinders, Herbert, Lower Burkett, Northwest, Central Highlands, and Coalfields, Central West, Channel Country, Maranoa, Warrego, and Peninsula districts. Locations which may be affected include Mount Isa, whatever Ben said, Cairns, Port Douglas, Windora, and Red Lynch. Severe thunderstorms are likely to produce heavy rainfall that may lead to flash flooding and damaging winds over the next several hours in the Darling Downs, Granite Belt, Southeast Coast, parts of the Wide Bay, Burnett, Maranoa, and Warrego districts. Locations which may be affected include Warwick, Gold Coast, Toowoomba, Brisbane, Dalby, Maroochydore, Gympie, Kingaroy, Stanthorpe, Goondiwindi, Coolangatta, and Ipswich. Significant observations: 52 millimeters in the hour at 5:27 at Dalby, 42 millimeters in a half hour at Goombunji, 50 millimeter in a half hour at Barangaroo. And if severe thunderstorms develop in southeast Queensland area east of Dalby from Rainbow Beach to Stanthorpe, a detailed severe thunderstorm warning will be issued. Next warning is due to be issued by 10 p.m. And it is 7:30 their time now.
Well, Mitchell Watkins said over here in comments, it's bucketing down in Ipswich.
Copy that. Thank you, Mitchell Watkins. We appreciate that. There is also a very dangerous thunderstorm at 7:15 p.m. It should be by likely to produce intense rainfall that may lead to dangerous, life-threatening flash flooding. Was near Boona, Bow Desert. We talked about that storm. It was looking pretty legit. Jimboomba and Greenbank by 8:15. Other storms that are likely to produce heavy rainfall were detected in the area west of Kilcoy, Linville, and Coralbin. These thunderstorms are moving towards the east to northeast. They are forecast to affect Bow Desert, Kilcoy, and Jimna by 7:45 p.m., Conondale, Kenilworth, and Burrumbadam by 8:15. Spicer's Peak recorded 77 millimeters in the hour. Eskdale recorded 46 millimeters in a half hour. Two Hills Crossing recorded 59 millimeters in a half hour. And Jerome, 54 millimeters in 30 minutes. Next warning is due to be issued by 8:30.
Oh,
Yeah, they're looking at those same little areas we are as well, Don.
yeah.
They see the movement. So BOM has it basically issued the same way. There's going to be rain for the rest of the night for the coast.
Yeah.
Just get ready for that. It could intensify. There is rotation. When there are storms, there always could be more. So I would, as we leave you with this tonight, because I think Don and I are going to wrap this up. If Ben would like to come back and start his own stream after that, he is more than welcome to. But I know that he is. I'm sure he just probably can't get I'm sure the device has died and he's having a hard time getting enough charge to come back. I have a feeling. He can. As far as what we think is the most severe risk of the day, that's over. There's a few pockets right now that still could be pretentious. Between Kilcoy and Stony Creek. So if you're anywhere northeast of there, Glenfern, Crystal Waters, Mulaney, Lansborough, Beerwa, Peachester, Montville, Palmwoods, Flaxton, Mapleton, Conondale, Cambron, Kenilworth, all of those areas, Inbell, Kandanga, Pomona, Cooroy, all those places, Coolum Beach, all of those areas, you're going to want to just stay at the ready. There could be some heavy winds, rotation, and potential hail. It doesn't look like there's too many hail cores in this system anymore, but there's always a potential. South of Ipswich in Red Bank Plains, there definitely could be. Swan Bank currently looks like there could be. If not, it is blinding rain. So just be ready for rain and effects for the rest of the night. Don't go out if you don't have to. Turn around, don't drown. As you guys say, if it's flooded, forget it. And I think that will be the conclusion of our chase day out and covering the Queensland storms for today. Don, I appreciate you tonight. Thank you for being here with me and providing radar services.
Yep.
We will see all of you guys. We are going to be at the National Storm Chasers Summit here in a couple weeks. So come out if you happen to be in America, or if you are an American watching now, come out to Fort Worth, Texas, and we'll be at the National Storm Chaser Summit. If you happen to have a ticket, come meet us there. We'll probably try to do some live content from there, so make sure you tune in for that. We cannot do this without all of you. So if you'd like to donate, if you like what we do here, if you appreciated our broadcast, please go to unwt.org. There is a donate button on the webpage. If you look in our drop-down menu, there's also a place to join the team.
That pretty much
I thank you. Yeah, I thank you all for being here tonight with us, covering these storms, and we will see you under the mezzo. Good night, everyone.
Night night.